What would compel 10,000 men to face 1,000,000, knowing defeat could snuff out their very existence? As dawn broke over the plains of Marathon, a heavy silence hung in the air, thick with the weight of impending doom. The sun cast long shadows, illuminating the steadfast lines of Greek hoplites, their bronze helmets gleaming like stars in the twilight of inevitability. They stood shoulder to shoulder, hearts pounding with the rhythm of ancient drums, knowing that the fate of their city, and perhaps the fate of freedom itself, rested upon their shoulders. Across the field, a sea of Persian warriors surged forward, their banners snapping in the wind, a kaleidoscope of colors that threatened to drown out the fragile courage of their opponents. 1,000,000 voices echoed in a chilling chorus, a tide of conquest that had swept through nations, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake. The very earth trembled beneath the weight of their march, an insatiable hunger for subjugation that could swallow 10,000 lives whole. Yet, in that moment, in the fragile space between life and death, hope flickered like a candle against the storm. Each Greek soldier clutched his spear tighter, breathing in the scent of sweat and anticipation mingled with the salty tang of the Aegean. They were not merely warriors, they were fathers, brothers, sons, each carrying the legacy of their ancestors, the spirit of a free people echoing in their veins. Would they allow their story to end in silence, or would they carve their names into the annals of history? Just as the sun crested the horizon, illuminating the battlefield, a feeling of dread washed over the Greeks. The Persians, like a dark tide, were poised to strike. Every heartbeat felt like a countdown, every second a reminder of the imminent clash. The air crackled with tension, an electric prelude to chaos, as if the very gods themselves were holding their breath. What strategies had the Greek generals devised? What courage lay buried in the hearts of these men, waiting to be ignited? The earth beneath them seemed to whisper secrets of valor and sacrifice, urging them to rise against the storm. Would they stand firm or falter when the clash of metal rang out, shattering the silence? The first wave of Persian cavalry surged forward, a wall of furious energy aimed directly at their souls. Would they bend or would they break? Would legends be born in the fire of battle? Or would their sacrifice go unnoticed, swallowed by the annals of time? As the two forces prepared to collide, the air thickened with uncertainty. The ground vibrated with the weight of their choices, each man standing on the precipice of history. Would 10,000 hearts be enough to withstand 1,000,000? The answer loomed like a storm cloud overhead, ready to burst forth with the fury of 1,000 thunderclaps. In that moment, as the winds of fate began to churn, the battle for not just land, but the very essence of freedom was about to ignite. The air was thick with tension, a palpable electricity that crackled between the people gathered in dimly lit rooms, their faces shadowed by the flickering light of candles. Outside, the streets echoed with distant shouts and the heavy footsteps of soldiers marching, each beat a reminder of the storm brewing on the horizon. This was a time when whispers held the weight of thunder, when every conversation was laced with the fear and hope of an uncertain future. In the years leading up to the war, the world had become a delicate web of alliances and rivalries, each thread stretched tighter with every passing day. Nations were like restless giants, awakening from slumber, their eyes glowing with ambitions and resentments. Empires were rising, and the old ones were crumbling. The sun had barely set on the age of empires, yet it cast long shadows over the ambitions of men. In the summer of 1914, Europe was like a tightly coiled spring, ready to snap. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand on a warm June day in Sarajevo sent ripples through the continent, like a pebble tossed into a still pond. The news spread like wildfire, igniting old grudges and rekindling long-forgotten rivalries. A young man full of conviction and a sense of purpose had sparked a fire that no one could extinguish. The world held its breath, teetering on the edge of chaos. Behind the scenes, massive powers were maneuvering like chess players on a grand board. Germany, with its industrial might, looked eastward with hunger, while France, scarred by previous wars, clutched its alliances tightly, ready to defend its borders. Britain, once the undisputed ruler of the seas, was caught between its imperial duties and the growing threat of a German empire that no longer feared its might. Each nation was a character in a tragic play, unaware that their choices would lead them down a path of anguish. As tensions escalated, the tension of 1,000 hearts beat in unison. In the quiet towns and bustling cities, families prepared for what they could not foresee. Young men, filled with dreams of glory, enlisted in droves. They were promised adventure, honor, and a chance to serve their countries. Their mothers, with tears glistening in their eyes, proudly pinned medals onto their uniforms, unaware that these tokens of bravery might soon be stained with blood. Meanwhile, the leaders met in grand halls with marble columns, their voices echoing with determination and fear. The room pulsed with a blend of ambition and apprehension. They spoke of treaties and alliances, words that felt weighty but meaningless in the face of impending doom. They failed to see the cracks forming beneath their feet, the inevitable collapse of reason under the weight of pride. Each country held its own narrative, each story a thread in the tapestry of fate. Austria-Hungary felt the sting of nationalistic fervor rising like a tide, threatening to engulf the empire that had once been a symbol of unity. Serbia, still nursing old wounds, stood defiant, its people united by a shared dream of independence. The Balkans became a flashpoint, a cauldron bubbling with resentment, as different ethnic groups battled for recognition and respect. In the blackened skies of August 1914, the clouds of war finally broke. Diplomacy had failed, and the world was plunged into darkness. The first shots rang out like an ominous bell, sending soldiers rushing into battlefields that would become synonymous with sacrifice and loss. The cries of the wounded mingled with the cold steel of machinery, as men faced machines designed for destruction. From the muddy trenches, the echoes of laughter turned into sobs as brothers fell. The camaraderie forged in the heat of battle became a bittersweet memory, tainted by the knowledge that the war would not only take lives but would forever change the lives of those who survived. The reality was far from the glorious tales spun by leaders. It was a grim theater of suffering, a brutal reminder of humanity's capacity for violence. Back home, families gathered around flickering radios, their hearts full of dread and hope. Letters from the front came irregularly, each piece of paper a lifeline, each word etched with love and longing. The news reports mirrored the chaos, with headlines screaming of victories and defeats that felt like blows to the gut. The streets grew quieter as the echoes of laughter faded, replaced by a heavy silence that weighed down the spirit of the nation. In the months that followed, the war spread like a disease, infecting every corner of the globe. Nations were pulled into the fray, each driven by a mixture of loyalty and fear. The alliances forged in the desperate hours of the prelude now demanded sacrifices that seemed insurmountable. Yet the world marched on, swept away by the tide of history. The haunting reality of the trenches became a backdrop for the dreams of a generation. Young men who once saw the war as a chance for glory now faced the unrelenting horror of loss. Each dawn brought with it the weight of uncertainty, a reminder that peace was a distant dream. The sounds of battle, gunfire, and the cries of the fallen mingled with the whispers of those who had not yet joined the fray, each day testing the limits of human endurance. And still, the world ticked forward, oblivious to the lessons it was destined to ignore. As alliances solidified, nations prepared for a conflict that would reshape history. The hearts of men, once filled with hope, now teetered on the edge of despair. Shadows loomed larger, and the flames of war flickered in the distance, a reminder that the storm was only just beginning to gather strength. The stage was set, and the players were ready to take their places, unaware of the blood that would soon stain the earth beneath their feet. In the quiet whispers of dawn, as the sun spilled golden light over the rugged mountains of Persia, the air crackled with a promise, an unshakable sense of destiny. It was a time when tribes roamed freely, but they were oblivious to the monumental forces stirring beneath their feet, forces that would reshape the world. This was the dawn of the Persian Empire, a saga woven with ambition, courage, and the unyielding spirit of a people dreaming far beyond the horizon. Amidst this awakening, a young man named Cyrus walked along the banks of the Araxes River, the cool water shimmering with potential. His heart beat in rhythm with the pulse of history, fueled by visions of uniting the fragmented tribes that occupied these vast lands. Cyrus was not just a leader, he was a beacon of hope for those who yearned for a greater purpose. As he gazed across the waters, the dreams of his ancestors echoed in his mind, urging him forward. He could feel it in his bones, the call to greatness. Cyrus gathered warriors, men who shared his dreams, who understood that their world was more than just battlefields and survival. Together, they carved their path through the mountains, their resolve like iron. With each step, they left behind the familiar, stepping into a future teeming with uncertainty. The first battle was fierce, a clash of wills against the Medes, who had long held dominion over the Persian tribes. The air thick with tension, the clang of swords rang like church bells, heralding a new era. Victory tasted sweet, igniting a fire in Cyrus's heart and spreading like wildfire through his ranks. As the dust settled, the Medes were defeated, and Cyrus stood atop the battlefield, surveying the fallen. It was a bittersweet triumph, both exhilarating and haunting. The warriors cheered, voices intertwining with the rising sun, but deep down, Cyrus felt the weight of his actions. He was no longer just a man, he had become a symbol, a force of nature, a ruler destined to bring an empire into existence. With cunning and charisma, Cyrus began to weave alliances. He reached out to the very people he had once fought against, uniting tribes that had been enemies for generations. His vision was not one of oppression, but of inclusion, fostering an empire where diversity thrived. In his court, people from various backgrounds shared their stories, their cultures melding into a rich tapestry that would become the hallmark of the Persian Empire. It was revolutionary, a radical notion that shook the foundations of traditional power. As whispers of his achievements spread across the lands, the Persian Empire began to take shape, not through sheer force, but through respect and understanding. Cyrus's charisma drew people in like moths to a flame. He was not just a conqueror, he was a liberator, a visionary who saw strength in unity. The hearts of the people swelled with hope, and for the first time in ages they dared to believe that a new world was within reach. But victory, as always, is a double-edged sword. With expansion came the challenges of governance. As the empire sprawled, Cyrus faced opposition from those who felt threatened by his rise. Noble families schemed in darkened corners, their ambitions ignited by jealousy. The shadows whispered words of betrayal. Cyrus knew he had to act to secure the loyalty of those who had pledged their fealty to him. He was no stranger to danger. It had been his constant companion since the beginning. In a pivotal moment that would echo through history, Cyrus launched a campaign against Babylon, a glittering jewel that had defied him. The city's walls loomed tall and imposing, but in Cyrus's heart, a fire burned brighter than any obstacle. His forces approached under the cover of night, stealthily sneaking past the guards. The thrill of the hunt coursed through their veins. They were warriors driven by destiny, not just bound by duty. As they breached the city gates, the chaos that ensued was electric. Cries of alarm filled the night, but Cyrus moved with purpose, his presence a whirlwind amidst the chaos. He fought not just for conquest, but for a vision, a future where peace could thrive. Tears and blood spilled on the cobblestones, but amidst the turmoil, Cyrus offered something remarkable, a chance for freedom. The Babylonians, once enemies, now witnessed a different kind of leadership. He did not seek to destroy, rather he sought to integrate, to build, rather than raise. With the fall of Babylon, the Persian Empire expanded exponentially, and Cyrus emerged not just as a conqueror, but as a revered figure. The wisdom he displayed, the way he treated the vanquished with respect, earned him titles that echoed through generations. People began to speak of him in hushed tones, telling tales of the king who freed rather than enslaved. His legacy grew, building a bridge that connected diverse cultures and languages under one banner. But even as the empire flourished, the shadows of dissent loomed. Not everyone was pleased with this new order. Within the halls of power, intrigue brewed like a storm on the horizon. Noblemen grew restless, their ambitions clawing at their hearts. They plotted in silence, their eyes flashing with a dangerous blend of greed and envy. Cyrus sensed the tension, a storm building beneath the surface as old loyalties began to unravel. In the quiet moments at dusk, as he contemplated the vastness of his achievements, Cyrus couldn't shake the feeling that the winds of fate were shifting once more. The expansive empire he had built was teetering on the brink. The very fabric of unity he had woven was fragile. The stakes had never been higher. Would the empire he had fought so hard to create endure? Or would it crumble under the weight of betrayal? With every passing day, the tension thickened, and Cyrus knew he needed allies close to him, those who would stand firm against the tempest. As he surveyed the horizon, the reflection of his empire shimmering in the twilight, he understood that every choice he made from here on out could mean the difference between glory and ruin. The greatest battles, after all, were not fought on the battlefield, but in the hearts of men. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the rugged terrain of Marathon. An ancient breeze whispered through the olive trees, carrying with it the weight of history and the echoes of footsteps long past. This was not just a landscape, it was a canvas painted with the sweat, struggle, and triumph of humankind. Every stone, every hill, held stories yearning to be told, stories that would send chills down the spine and ignite the spirit. Marathon lay at the foot of the majestic Pentelic mountain, its slopes steep, formidable yet breathtaking. Here the earth met the sky in a passionate embrace. The mountain's white marble glimmered in the sunlight, a stark reminder of its divine connection to the gods and the monumental structures that would rise from it. It was a landscape shaped by the forces of nature and war, a place that had witnessed the defining moments of history. In this very valley, the air thick with anticipation, the atmosphere transformed on that fateful day in 490 BC as the Persian army descended. The fields were alive with the sound of clashing metal and battle cries. The ground trembled beneath the heavy boots of the soldiers, each step echoing the urgency of their mission. The earth was stained with the hopes and dreams of a free people. The Marathon plain stretched wide, a green expanse that cradled a fierce significance, bounded by the mountains and kissed by the nearby Aegean Sea, whose waves lapped at the shore like the heartbeat of the land itself. The very soil of Marathon held memories, and beneath it the bones of heroes lay silent, yet ever watchful. The Athenians, defenders of their land, stood resolute, their spirits soaring higher than the peaks behind them. They were farmers turned warriors, their hearts filled with the love of their city. As the Persians advanced, the pressure mounted, but they drew strength from the earth itself. It was as if the mountains stood sentinel, urging them forward. The landscape had become a crucible, a battleground where courage would be forged. But it wasn't just the mountains that shaped the fate of Marathon. The nearby coastline provided a strategic vision. The Aegean shimmered, its vastness both beautiful and terrifying. Fishermen often cast their nets in those waters, unaware of the tides of fate that would soon rise. The waves mirrored the tumultuous hearts of those who fought, calm one moment, raging the next. The Athenian fleet, anchored just beyond the horizon, was a lifeline, a promise that help was at hand. The sea was a silent witness to bravery and despair, a witness to the birth of a legacy. As the battle raged on that fateful day, the plain of Marathon transformed into a living tapestry of valor. Dust clouds rose, swirling like specters, dancing in the heat of conflict. The sounds of clanging swords and the shouts of men filled the air, drowning the whispers of the olive trees. The landscape itself seemed to pulse with every clash, every swing of a sword. Time slowed as the Athenians pushed against the tide of Persian might, their backs against the very earth that had nurtured them. There, amidst the chaos, the soldier's heart raced. He felt the grit of the soil beneath his feet, the connection to those who had fought before him. Each thrust of his spear bore the weight of his ancestors, their spirits urging him on. In that moment of fear and fury, he felt invincible, as if the mountains themselves had lent him their strength. The landscape was alive, breathing, and he was a part of it. A moment in history intertwined with the earth. The sun dipped lower, casting elongated shadows that danced over the battlefield. Victory was uncertain, but Marathon's geographic features worked in favor of the defenders. The hills provided vantage points, natural fortifications that fortified their resolve. The narrow passes of the mountains served as choke points, where the strength of numbers could not overwhelm the brave few. The Athenian warriors, fueled by love for their city and a burning desire for freedom, charged forward, each step echoing like a heartbeat in the earth. Even as the tides of war ebbed and flowed, the landscape remained constant, a witness to the unfolding saga. The contours of the land shaped the strategies of generals, the whispers of the wind carrying words of valor across the plains. The very air crackled with tension, charged with the weight of moments that would be etched into the annals of history. This was more than just ground, it was sacred, imbued with the spirit of those who had come before. The aftermath of the battle revealed the scars left on the land, marks of a struggle that would be told for generations. The plain of Marathon, once vibrant and bustling with life, became a hallowed ground, a sanctuary for the fallen and a monument to resilience. The olive groves that lined the fields stood as silent sentinels, their leaves rustling softly as if sharing secrets of courage and sacrifice with the wind. The landscape had borne witness to a historic clash, a decisive moment that would echo through time. As the sun finally sank below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of crimson and gold, the people of Marathon understood the true power of their home. This was not merely a place on a map, it was a symbol of hope, a testament to the indomitable human spirit. The fields remained undisturbed, a canvas waiting to be filled with new stories, new dreams. With every sunrise, the landscape would breathe life into another day, reminding those who stood upon it that they were part of something greater, a legacy forged in battle, shaped by the land itself. The echoes of history lingered, the land forever changed, and yet it remained untouched, a reminder of the sacrifices made upon its fertile soil. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, a soft glow illuminated the contours of the mountains, bathing the plain in a serene light. Marathon, with its rich tapestry of emotional conflict and geographical beauty, would always be a place where humanity's fierce spirit danced with the earth. It was a bond that no time could sever, an eternal connection that would draw future generations to its embrace, a promise that the stories were far from over. When dawn broke over the rocky hills of ancient Greece, the sun painted the sky with strokes of orange and gold, casting long shadows over the bustling city-states that lay below. Each city was a world unto itself, a vibrant tapestry woven from the ambitions, dreams, and struggles of its people. The air was thick with the scent of olive groves and the salty tang of the sea, a reminder of the closeness of both nature and conflict. Here, in this cradle of civilization, the seeds of democracy, philosophy, and art were being sown, though not without the bitter taste of rivalry and strife. Athens gleamed like a jewel, its majestic Parthenon standing tall against the azure sky. Citizens roamed the agora, their voices rising and falling like the waves of the nearby Aegean Sea. Philosophers debated the nature of existence, their ideas sparking fires of thought that would blaze through the ages. But alongside the pursuit of knowledge, a fierce spirit of competition thrummed beneath the surface. The citizens of Athens wore their pride like armor, especially when facing their bitter rivals, the Spartans, a people forged in the fires of discipline and warfare. In Sparta, the sun seemed to rise with a different purpose. The men trained relentlessly, their bodies honed into weapons of war, while the women, strong and resilient, ruled the household with an authority that matched their husbands on the battlefield. The clashing sounds of swords ringing in the training fields echoed through the valley, a constant reminder that strength was not just a virtue but a necessity. Their motto, "Come back with your shield or on it," was not merely a saying, it was a way of life. The tension between Athens and Sparta simmered, a cauldron bubbling with rivalry, loyalty, and a deep-seated need for supremacy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a different city-state stirred to life. Corinth, with its bustling ports and lavish marketplace, was a hub of commerce and innovation. Traders from distant lands arrived, their voices a melody of different tongues, creating a harmony of cultures. The wealth that flowed through Corinth made it a beacon of prosperity, yet jealousy brewed just beneath the surface. The other city-states looked on with longing and envy, their ambitions clashing like the waves against the rocky shores. The streets glimmered with the promise of riches, but also with the shadows of scheming minds, plotting the downfall of their prosperous neighbor. Meanwhile, Thebes, often overshadowed by the might of Athens and Sparta, quietly nurtured its own ambitions. The city was a cradle of warriors and strategists, creating a different kind of tension that was less about brute force and more about cunning and strategy. As the moon cast its silver light over the city, whispers of rebellion began to circulate. The Thebans, tired of living in the shadow of their mightier neighbors, began to assemble, crafting their own identity, ready to challenge the status quo. A spark was igniting, ready to consume the complacency that lingered in the air. In the quiet moments, the people of these city-states found solace in their stories. The epic tales of heroes and gods filled the amphitheaters, where crowds gathered to witness the tragedies and triumphs that mirrored their own lives. The plays were not just entertainment, they were a mirror reflecting the soul of Greek society. They questioned fate, explored morality, and showcased the raw emotions that bound people together. Laughter, tears, hope, and despair surged through the audience like a tidal wave, drawing them into a collective experience that transcended the very walls of the theater. But as the stories unfolded, the tension was palpable, a lurking feeling that change was just around the corner. Each city-state was a living, breathing entity, filled with ambition and dreams, but also riddled with fears. The weight of history hung heavily on their shoulders, a reminder of the fragility of power and the ever-present threat of war. Alliances formed and dissolved like the tides, as friendships were tested and rivalries deepened. Each decision made in the agora, every gathering in the assembly could tip the balance of power, leading to glory or ruin. Then, without warning, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed across the plains. The armies of Sparta marched, their disciplined ranks a vision of fear and might. The news swept through the city-states like wildfire, igniting a frenzy of activity. The Athenians rushed to fortify their walls, the merchants in Corinth hurried to gather their wealth, and Thebes prepared to stake its claim. Every heart raced as the spectre of war loomed closer, a storm on the horizon threatening to engulf them all. As the armies clashed, the ground shook with the weight of their aspirations and fears. The valor and courage of warriors were tested under the scorching sun, while mothers prayed for their sons' safe return. Each clash of swords reverberated through the land, a grim reminder that glory often came at a steep price. The air was filled with the sound of battle cries and the cries of the wounded, a cacophony that underscored the fragility of life itself. In this chaos, heroes were born, but so too were legends of loss and sacrifice. Throughout it all, the city-states continued their dance of power and politics, an intricate ballet of alliances and betrayals. The tension between them was like a tightly wound string, ready to snap at any moment. They were caught in a cycle of ambition and fear, forever striving for greatness, yet haunted by the shadows of their own making. Each city-state, each individual, played a part in this unfolding drama, their destinies intertwined in ways they could scarcely comprehend. And as the sun set once more over this ancient land, the whispers of the past lingered in the air, promising that the story was far from over. The echoes of their choices would resonate through time, carving their legacy into the very fabric of history. With every decision, every battle, the city-states of ancient Greece moved one step closer to defining not just their own fate, but the fate of the entire Western world. The air hung heavy with anticipation, a tangible weight settling over Athens as shadows lengthened in the fading light of day. Mothers clutched their children tightly, their hearts pounding in rhythm with the distant thrum of drums. Each beat echoed the approaching tide of war, a reminder of the storm brewing just over the horizon. The city, usually vibrant with the sounds of laughter and life, felt different now, like a chorus holding its breath before a climactic note. In the bustling agora, merchants hurried to close their stalls, their voices a mix of urgency and anxiety. The marketplace, once a tapestry of vibrant colors and hearty exchanges, transformed into muted whispers and stolen glances. The scent of fresh bread mingled with the acrid tang of fear, each loaf a reminder of the simple comforts that might soon be lost. Will we see another dawn? An old man murmured to himself, his gnarled hands trembling as he wrapped his wares with shaking fingers. As twilight embraced the city, the flickering torches of the wealthy cast elongated shadows, revealing figures cloaked in rich fabrics, faces painted with the worry of what was to come. Aristocrats gathered in hushed circles, their discussions punctuated by the occasional sharp laugh that masked their dread. They spoke of strategies and alliances, their voices barely above a whisper, yet their eyes betrayed the truth. They were frightened. The soldiers, clad in shimmering bronze armor, polished to a blinding sheen, moved with a purpose that belied the tension in the air. Each step they took sent ripples through the hearts of those who watched. Families lined the streets, some weeping, others stoic, their expressions betraying an unspoken pact. to send their loved ones to fight while their own hearts shattered silently. Young boys, too young to fully grasp the weight of war, stared wide-eyed at their fathers, trying to absorb the gravity of the moment. "Be brave," one father whispered, kneeling to meet his son's gaze. The boy nodded, but his eyes shimmered with tears, the innocence of youth overshadowed by the looming specter of battle. In homes across the city, candles flickered as wives and daughters prepared for what could be the last meal shared with those they loved. Each dish was laden with care, as if the spices could weave a spell to keep their men safe. Laughter occasionally erupted, a fragile echo that felt like a ghost in the heavy air, quickly swallowed by the weight of what lay ahead. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of herbs, yet each bite tasted bittersweet, a reminder of the uncertainty that loomed just outside the door. The temple stood solemn, their marble columns gleaming in the twilight, a sanctuary for prayers that mingled with the soft whispers of hope and despair. The priests, adorned in their robes, invoked the gods, their chants weaving through the streets like a haunting melody. "May Athena protect us," they called, their voices blending with the rising wind. Each prayer hung in the air, a fragile thread connecting the city to its divine guardians. Yet the fear was palpable, a fear that even the gods themselves could not shield them from. As night fell, a peculiar hush enveloped Athens. The clamor of daily life ceased, replaced by the haunting sound of silence that resonated through the hearts of its citizens. They gathered under the stars, seeking solace in each other's company, the flickering light of the torches illuminating their faces, revealing a mix of hope and resignation. Stories of valor were exchanged, tales of heroes who had fought bravely in the past, each word a fragile thread binding the community together. But beneath the surface, an unnameable dread tangled with their words, a reminder that the next day could bring tragedy. Then came the moment when the first horns sounded, their haunting calls slicing through the night, like arrows through flesh. The soldiers, their faces like stone, gathered for one last briefing before they were led into the fray. The feeling was electric, a fierce energy crackling in the air as men prepared to become legends, their fates intertwined with the city they loved. As they donned their helmets, mothers pressed tokens of love into their hands, small charms woven with whispered blessings, each token a plea for safety in the maelstrom to come. As dawn approached, the city stirred once more, shadows mingling with the first threads of light. The tension pulled tighter, like the string of a bow, ready to snap. The streets were lined with soldiers, their bodies taut with adrenaline, hearts beating like war drums in their chests. The scent of sweat and metal filled the air, and each soldier felt the weight of the city's hopes on their shoulders. They were not just fighting for land or glory, they were fighting for their families, for the laughter of children, for the warmth of home. In the final moments before battle, a palpable sense of unity surged through the ranks. Men clasped arms, the heat of their shared resolve igniting the flicker of fear. They were brothers now, bound by the unyielding thread of fate, their faces set with determination. The call to arms resounded, a clarion call that shattered the silence, shaking the very foundations of Athens. And as the sun broke over the horizon, flooding the city with golden light, it illuminated the faces of those who would rise for battle and those who would stay behind, hearts intertwined in a tapestry of hope, fear, and courage. The battle was not just a clash of arms, it was a struggle for survival, a fight for what it meant to be Athenian. And with each heartbeat they all felt it, the moment that would echo through history, a moment where every soul, every life held its breath, teetering on the edge of destiny. In the flickering light of 1,000 torches, the air crackled with anticipation and fear, as the Persian king, Darius, stood on a raised platform, surveying his vast empire. Stretching beyond the horizon, his land was a tapestry of cultures, languages, and ambitions, each thread woven tightly by his iron will. The murmurs of his loyal subjects blended with the distant sounds of warriors sharpening their swords, and the rhythmic beating of drums, signaling an era of expansion that would change the course of history. Darius was not just a ruler, he was a master strategist, a man whose vision was as vast as the desert sands that surrounded his capital, Persepolis. As he gazed out, the faces of the diverse crowds reflected awe and reverence, but also a flicker of apprehension. Expansion came with a price, and Darius knew this well. The weight of his ambitions pressed heavily upon him. He envisioned an empire that stretched from the shores of the Aegean Sea to the banks of the Indus River, a realm united under the banner of Persia, but filled with the rich colors of its many peoples. His heart raced at the thought of glory, of being remembered in history as a king who could unite the known world. Yet, with glory came the shadows of resistance and rebellion. Beneath the surface of his grand designs lay an intricate web of diplomacy and warfare. Darius understood that to expand was not merely to conquer, it was to weave alliances, to build roads for trade, and to ensure that even the most distant provinces felt the warmth of the Persian sun. His spies whispered tales of discontent in Babylon, where the ancient city's pride clashed with the weight of foreign rule. He knew that to control, one must first understand. The tapestry he wove was not only of conquest, but of culture, trade, and religion. His emissaries traversed the empire, offering gifts and promises, pledging protection to those who would submit. Each handshake was a binding contract, every oath taken a thread in the fabric of his imperial vision. Darius's heart swelled with pride as he imagined the lavish feasts that would unite his subjects, where the flavors of distant lands mingled in harmony. Yet, in the back of his mind, he felt the tremors of discontent that could erupt into chaos at any moment. The air grew heavy with tension as dispatches poured in from the front lines. The Scythians, fierce warriors with a reputation as wild as the winds that swept across the steppes, posed a challenge that made even seasoned generals tremble. The Persians had learned the hard way that brute force alone could not tame such fierce spirits. Instead, Darius's mind raced with ideas of strategy. He would use their strength against them. A series of calculated moves were set into place, traps and ambushes, strategic retreats designed to lure the Scythians into the heart of his territory, where the might of Persian forces could crush them like a serpent squeezing the life from its prey. As he pondered these tactics, his thoughts drifted to the loyal satraps ruling in his name across the empire. Each satrap was a puzzle piece, crucial for his plan to maintain control. They were the eyes and ears of his administration, entrusted with the delicate balance of power in their respective regions. Yet, the very nature of their autonomy posed a risk. Would they remain loyal, or would ambition lead them to conspire against him? The thought sent chills down his spine, raising the hairs on the back of his neck. Darius could almost hear the whispers of dissent echoing in the grand halls of power, where the scent of intrigue mingled with the aroma of rich spices. Every meeting held the potential for betrayal, and the stakes were high. Trust, he realized, was a luxury he could not afford. His fingers tightened around the cool metal of the throne's armrest, the weight of his destiny pressing down on him. With each passing day, the empire expanded. The clanking of armor, the thundering of hooves, and the cries of soldiers grew louder, a symphony of ambition and conquest. Yet, for every victory, the haunting specter of rebellion loomed larger. The people's hearts were not easily won. They were like wild horses, needing to be tamed but never broken. Darius understood this, and he sought to be a benevolent king, a shepherd guiding his flock, not just a conqueror wielding fear. In the marketplace of Susa, merchants displayed their wares, vibrant textiles from the east, and exquisite pottery from the west, each piece a testament to the cultural exchange that his empire fostered. As Darius walked among them, the laughter of children echoed in the air, a reminder of the life he sought to build. Yet, he knew the delicate balance of peace could shatter with a single spark. The thrill of expansion was intoxicating, but it was also perilous. His thoughts shifted back to the Scythian threat. As dusk fell and the sky blazed with the colors of sunset, he gathered his generals around a table strewn with maps. The flickering candlelight cast shadows over their determined faces, each man a warrior with stories etched into the lines of his brow. Tension filled the air as plans took shape, weaving a tapestry of fate that would either lead to glory or doom. The generals spoke passionately, their voices rising in fervor as they debated tactics and strategies. At that moment, Darius felt the weight of each heart in the room, and he knew that their fates were bound together. As they prepared to march forth, the ground trembled beneath their feet, a reminder of the battles that lay ahead. Each step was a promise to the empire, a vow that they would conquer not just lands, but hearts and minds. The Persian strategy was not simply about expansion, it was a quest for control, a relentless pursuit of unity in diversity. And as the first stars twinkled overhead, Darius felt a surge of determination. He was not merely a king, he was the architect of a legacy that would echo through the ages. Yet, under the surface of this grand ambition, a storm brewed, waiting for the moment to unleash its fury. The empire was a fragile thing, held together by threads of loyalty and fear. As the Persian army prepared to march, Darius could not shake the feeling that the winds of fate were shifting, carrying with them whispers of rebellion that could unravel the very fabric of his hard-won control. With the horizon stretching before him, he steeled himself for the battles to come, knowing that the true test of his strategy lay not only in expansion, but in the fragile art of holding an empire together. The night deepened, and the stars bore witness to the unfolding drama, a stage set for destiny to unfold, where the echoes of history would soon resound. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the sprawling empire that King Darius the Sun ruled with a firm yet visionary grasp. It was a world teetering on the edge of chaos, filled with the whispers of discontent and the roar of ambition. The very ground vibrated with the footsteps of soldiers marching to defend the vast Persian Empire, but within the walls of his grand palace a different battle raged, the battle of ideas, of change, and of destiny. Darius, with his sharp gaze and commanding presence, understood the weight of his position. He was not just a king, he was a reformer. The stories of his early years as a young man in the royal court shaped him into a leader who sought justice and innovation. He had witnessed the struggles of the common people and the excesses of the elite. This mix of experience ignited a fire within him, a burning desire to create a kingdom where order reigned and prosperity flourished for all. He knew that to rule an empire as vast as Persia, one must not only wield a sword, but also wield the minds of the people. The great roads he ordered to be built were not merely for the movement of armies. They were arteries that pulsed with commerce and connection. His vision of a well-connected empire was realized through the construction of the Royal Road, stretching over 600 miles, a marvel of human ingenuity that would allow messages to travel at lightning speed. It was a lifeline for his people, binding diverse cultures into a single, vibrant tapestry. As Darius walked through the bustling marketplaces, the aroma of spices filled the air. He listened intently to merchants and farmers, feeling their hopes and fears as if they were his own. He understood the power of empathy and leadership. It forged bonds stronger than metal. A sense of responsibility hung over him like a mantle. He was determined to ensure that each citizen felt seen, each voice heard, no matter how small. But not all was serene in Darius's kingdom. The shadows of rebellion lurked at the edges, and the whispers of dissent grew louder. The regions he governed, Babylon, Egypt, and beyond, were filled with their own histories, their own gods, and their own loyalties. The seeds of discord were sown by those who resented a foreign ruler. Yet, rather than resorting to tyranny, Darius chose understanding and wisdom. He allowed the people to keep their customs and religions, believing that unity was forged not through oppression but through respect. His famous decree, the Behistun inscription, stood as a testament to his rule, a monumental stone that told his story and the stories of those who dared to challenge him. It was carved into a mountain, a message meant not just for the people of his time, but for generations to come. In those lines, one could trace the thrilling arc of a man who rose from satrap to king, defiant yet compassionate, fierce yet fair. At night, the palace glimmered under the stars, and Darius would gather his most trusted advisors. Around a great table, plans were drawn, strategies debated. They spoke of the distant lands that beckoned, India's riches, the Greek city-states that sparked both wonder and fear. Darius's ambitions were as vast as the empire he ruled, but with every dream, there came a weighty responsibility. For every decision made, lives were altered, destinies shifted. As murmurs of revolt began to echo, Darius found himself at a crossroads. Would he crush dissent with an iron fist or extend the hand of diplomacy? The tension in the air was palpable, and the choices before him loomed like shadows. One night, as he stared into the flickering flames of a lantern, he recalled the tales of Cyrus the Great, his predecessor, and the architect of the Persian Empire. Cyrus had believed in the power of tolerance and respect. Darius felt a deep connection to this legacy, and with a swelling heart, he decided to follow a path of reform. He decreed new laws that promoted justice, ensuring that even the least powerful had a voice in the courts. Perhaps it was this sense of fairness that earned him the loyalty of many. The people began to speak his name with reverence, not just as a ruler, but as a guardian of their rights. Stories of his wisdom traveled across the empire, echoing in the hearts of those who once doubted him, sparking hope where there had been despair. Yet, as his star rose, so did the challenges. The Greek city-states, ever proud and fierce in their independence, posed a looming threat. Darius's heart raced at the thought of his armies clashing with theirs. The tension crackled in the air like the prelude to a storm. He knew that the upcoming conflicts would not only test his military might, but also challenge the very ideals he stood for. With every battle, every victory or defeat, his resolve would be tested. The whispers of dissent grew louder, but so too did the rallying cries of loyalty. Darius the Khan was a man of paradoxes, a ruler who could be both feared and loved, a king who understood that strength lay not only in swordplay, but in the hearts of his subjects. On the cusp of war, he stood before his troops, the sun rising behind him, like a herald of impending change. The glint of armor and the rustle of banners filled the air as he addressed them with a voice that carried the weight of history. He spoke not just of conquest, but of honor, of the unity of purpose, of the greatness that came from standing together. The soldiers felt the fire of his words ignite their spirits, the promise of glory washing over them like a wave. As the armies marched forward, the ground trembled beneath their feet, echoing the heartbeat of a nation. In that moment, Darius was not merely a king. He was the embodiment of his people's hopes, dreams, and fears. The future was uncertain, but one thing was clear. The legacy of King Darius was just beginning to unfold, a saga interwoven with the fabric of time, waiting to be written with blood, sweat, and perhaps a touch of brilliance. On a sun-drenched day in ancient Athens, the air buzzed with excitement and trepidation. Citizens gathered in the agora, their faces filled with anticipation and anxiety. Whispers danced through the crowds like leaves caught in a gentle breeze, speaking of a man whose very presence commanded respect and stirred the hearts of many, Miltiades. The day was pivotal, the stakes unfathomably high. Moments like these could change the course of history, and the citizens could feel it in their bones. Miltiades stood tall, his strong figure silhouetted against the brilliance of the Athenian sky. He had returned from the distant shores of the Persian Empire, where he had forged a reputation that mixed cunning with valor. A man of many talents, he was not only a skilled general, but also a shrewd politician, able to weave through the intricate web of Athenian democracy with the grace of a dancer. Yet behind his determined facade lay the weight of expectation, a burden that threatened to crush any ordinary man. As the murmurs grew louder, Miltiades felt the eyes of his fellow citizens piercing through him, searching for reassurance that he would lead them to glory. These were not just his fellow Athenians, they were his friends, his family, and the community that had shaped him. He had fought for them and would fight again if called upon. In this moment, his heart thudded fiercely in his chest, a reminder of the responsibility he bore. Miltiades had not always walked the path of an Athenian hero. His early days were marked by a complicated lineage. The son of an illustrious family, he crossed paths with tragedy and loss that marked his youth. Yet he carried these scars with pride, knowing they forged him into a man of action. He was driven by a fierce desire to protect his city and its people, a flame that flickered ever brighter as the threat of Persia loomed on the horizon. His past was littered with challenges, yet he knew well that the present was a crucible of opportunity. The Persian threat was not just an external enemy, it was a challenge to the very essence of Athenian democracy. In the face of tyranny, Miltiades believed that the voice of the people must not only be heard, but must ring out like a clarion call. He sought to mobilize the citizens, to galvanize them to action, to ignite a fire in their hearts that would not easily be extinguished. As he stepped forward, the crowd hushed, every ear straining to catch his words. He spoke not just of war and glory, but of unity, courage, and hope. With each passionate phrase, he painted a picture of the Athenian ideal, the power of the people rising above oppression. His words poured forth like a river, carrying with them the weight of his conviction. The citizens could feel it. They were on the precipice of something great, and they needed a leader who could guide them through the storm. But political life in Athens was not for the faint of heart. It was a battleground where alliances were formed and broken, where loyalty could shift like the wind. Miltiades knew he needed to navigate this treacherous landscape with skill. Rivalries simmered beneath the surface, and whispers of dissent could turn into raging storms. Some questioned his motives, wondering if he was truly a champion of the people, or merely a man hungry for power. In the days that followed, Miltiades found himself at the center of heated debates in the assembly. With every speech, he faced fierce opposition from rivals who sought to undermine his vision. Accusations flew like arrows, aimed at his character and his intentions. Yet he stood unwavering, his resolve hardening with each challenge. He was no stranger to conflict. He had fought on battlefields and in the hearts of men. This was yet another battle, and he was determined to emerge victorious. As tensions escalated, so too did the stakes. The looming threat of Persian invasion became more than just a distant fear. It was a reality that could shatter Athenian dreams. Miltiades knew that time was not on their side. He spearheaded the call to arms, urging the citizens to rally behind a common cause. His voice echoed through the stone halls of power, urging unity in the face of a formidable enemy. But for every supporter, there were doubters. Some whispered that Miltiades was too ambitious, too driven by his own desires. Questions of loyalty and honor filled the air, threatening to fracture the very society he sought to protect. Even as he battled these doubts, Miltiades remained laser-focused on his vision, a united Athens standing tall against tyranny. The relentless pressure bore down on him, but he refused to buckle. Instead, he sought counsel among his allies, forging alliances with men who shared his passion for Athenian freedom. Together, they strategized, their discussions filled with fervor and purpose. In their shared vision, Miltiades found strength, a reminder that even the heaviest burdens could be lightened with the support of others. As the fateful day of battle approached, Miltiades' heart raced, the air thickened with the tension of impending war. He stood among his soldiers, each one a testament to the courage of the Athenian spirit. Their eyes shone with determination, mirroring his own. In that moment, he felt a surge of purpose so profound, it compelled him to speak again. The words flowed forth, inspiring a sense of invincibility among the ranks. But lurking just beneath the surface was a deep sense of fear, the fear of failure, of letting his people down. If they fell in battle, it wouldn't just be Miltiades who faced defeat, it would be an entire city, a way of life threatened by the shadow of a foreign empire. The stakes could not be higher, and the weight of that knowledge settled like a stone upon his shoulders. On the eve of battle, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Miltiades found himself lost in thought. He wandered the quiet streets of Athens, reflecting on the path that had led him here. The stories of his ancestors, the sacrifices of his fellow citizens, and the dreams of a free Athens blended into a single, powerful narrative. A shiver ran down his spine, not of fear, but of purpose. He was prepared to do whatever it took to protect this city. With dawn's light, the clash of arms would echo through the valleys, and Miltiades would lead his people into the fray. The fate of Athens was suspended in the balance, a tapestry woven with strands of courage, ambition, and sacrifice. As he prepared to face the day, he knew that this battle would define not just him, but the very soul of the city he loved. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the uneven terrain of Greece, a land both beautiful and brutal. In this ancient world, where the clash of steel echoed through the valleys and the cries of warriors filled the air, the Spartan alliance stood poised at a crossroads. Was it a beacon of strength or a harbinger of doom? The tension was palpable, like the quiet before a storm, and whispers of betrayal hung heavy in the air. From the rocky hills of Laconia to the bustling streets of Athens, news spread like wildfire. Spartan warriors, with their iconic red cloaks and disciplined demeanor, had forged alliances with neighboring city-states. But these partnerships weren't merely gestures of camaraderie, they were strategic maneuvers, shaping the very fabric of power in ancient Greece. For every handshake, there was a hidden agenda, and for every pledge of loyalty, a possibility of treachery. In the city of Corinth, a gathering of leaders met in hushed tones. The flickering torchlight cast eerie shadows on their anxious faces. Among them stood Periandros, a man who had once fought alongside the Spartans, but now eyed them with suspicion. "What do we know of their true intentions?" he implored, his voice taut with urgency. "Will they come as allies? Or will they strike like a serpent in the night?" The laughter and banter of Spartan soldiers echoed in the distance, their camaraderie a front that concealed their fierce ambition. They trained relentlessly, their muscles honed to perfection, not just for the thrill of battle, but for the relentless pursuit of dominance. Each swing of a sword, each shout of a commander, was a reminder of their unyielding spirit. But within their ranks, doubt began to take root. Could such unyielding loyalty to the state coexist with the convenience of alliances built on shaky foundations? In the heart of Sparta, an old warrior named Lysander watched the new wave of alliances unfold. Memories of his youth flooded back, the sound of marching feet, the scent of sweat and earth, the hunger for glory. He recalled the fierce loyalty that had once bound his brothers together, but now he saw a different kind of loyalty emerging, the kind that could snap like a brittle reed underfoot when the winds of fortune changed. "Allies can turn foes in the blink of an eye," he murmured to himself, a chill running down his spine. The thought of betrayal sent shivers through him. He had seen it happen before, where petty disputes escalated into bloodshed, where friendships splintered and bonds forged on the battlefield turned to ash. The Spartan alliance, he feared, might walk the same treacherous path. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a meeting was called among the leaders of the Spartan cities. A grand hall adorned with olive branches, and the glimmer of bronze awaited them, yet the atmosphere was thick with unease. Each leader held their own secret, their own fears. The Spartan king, the stoic Agis, presided over the gathering, his steely gaze piercing through the uncertainty. "We stand united," he declared, but the weight of his words hung heavy, as if he too sensed the fragility of their bonds. Outside, the winds howled, echoing the tumult within. Was unity merely an illusion, a fragile facade masking deeper conflicts? The voices of dissent grew louder among the ranks. As the discussions raged on, a young Spartan named Cleomenes found himself torn between loyalty to his brothers and the nagging unease that filled his heart. The allure of power danced before him, whispering promises of glory and riches. But at what cost? His gaze drifted to the faces of his comrades, warriors who had fought in blood-soaked battles. Each one bore the weight of expectation, the legacy of Sparta resting upon their shoulders. Yet beneath the surface, cracks began to show. Whispers of ambition turned to shouts of dissent, as alliances with former enemies began to sow distrust. The Spartan ethos, once unwavering, now felt like a fragile dream. The night deepened and frustration boiled over. A fierce debate erupted, voices raised, fists pounding the table, and old grudges bubbling to the surface. The air crackled with tension, as accusations flew like arrows in the dark. In that moment, the essence of the Spartan alliance was laid bare. A collection of truths and lies, of loyalty and betrayal, of comrades and competitors. As the fire flickered and shadows danced on the walls, Cleomenes took a step back, overwhelmed by the chaos. He longed for clarity amidst the storm. In the distance, the haunting sound of a lone flute played, a bittersweet melody that tugged at his heart, reminding him of the innocence they once had. Was the Spartan alliance a noble cause, or a perilous gamble that could shatter everything they had built? Outside the hall, night enveloped the land, and the stars twinkled like the eyes of ancient gods, watching the unfolding drama below. A storm was brewing, both in the skies and within the hearts of men. Cleomenes felt the weight of history pressing down on him, urging him to choose wisely. In a world where loyalty could turn to ash and alliances to ambushes, he knew one thing for certain. The Spartan alliance could be both friend and foe. The moon rose high, illuminating the faces of the warriors lost in turmoil, each heart beat with a mixture of hope and despair, every breath a testament to the uncertainty that lay ahead. In the shadows, old rivalries stirred, and the echoes of history whispered of battles not yet fought. The Spartan alliance hung in the balance, a precarious thread woven from courage and betrayal, unity and discord. As the night deepened, the tension simmered, a promise of conflict looming on the horizon. The fate of nations teetered, and as the winds howled through the valleys, one truth remained evident. The path ahead would be paved with trials, choices, and the insatiable thirst for power. And so, the saga continued, entwining the hearts of men in a relentless pursuit of destiny. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the cobblestone streets of Athens, where whispers of impending war stirred the air like the rustle of autumn leaves. Fear and determination intertwined in the hearts of citizens, each pulse echoing the call to arms that rang from every corner of the city-state. As word of the Persian advance spread, the urgency grew palpable. A storm was brewing, and the people of Greece had no choice but to rally together. In the stony halls of the agora, merchants paused their transactions, their eyes darting toward the gathering crowd. The air crackled with tension, thick enough to slice with a sword. A lone figure climbed onto a platform, his robe fluttering like a banner in the wind. It was Themistocles, the visionary strategist of Athens, his voice rising above the murmurs, igniting a fire in the hearts of those who listened. "Brothers and sisters," he called, the strength of his conviction igniting the air. "We stand on the brink of annihilation, yet within us lies the strength of the gods." Gasps swept through the crowd as he spoke of the mighty Persian Empire, of their relentless march toward freedom and dignity, threatening to crush every city-state in their path. "We must unite. Alone, we are but flickering candles. Together, we are an unstoppable flame." As his words washed over them, the crowd surged forward, their faces lit with fierce determination. Fathers glanced at their sons, their eyes filled with pride and the weight of unspoken promise. Mothers held their children close, knowing that the fate of their families hinged on the courage that lay within the hearts of men. Themistocles' voice rose and fell like the tides, echoing the spirits of countless warriors who had fought and died for their homeland. Meanwhile, in Sparta, a different kind of fervor ignited the halls of its ruling council. King Leonidas, a man of unmatched valor and grit, stood resolute before his fellow warriors. The air was heavy with emotions, fear mingled with duty, longing for glory intertwined with the reality of sacrifice. "We are the guardians of Greece," he boomed, his voice like thunder. "Let the Persians come. We will show them the metal of Spartan steel." The Spartans, famous for their discipline and ferocity, were already imagining the clash of swords and the cries of battle. They trained, sweat dripping from their brows, hearts pounding in unison, each man preparing to lay down his life for the freedom of their people. With each swing of a spear, they felt the weight of history on their shoulders. They were not merely warriors, they were the spirit of a nation rising to meet its fate. News of the gathering forces spread like wildfire, igniting hope and dread across the Greek landscape. From the rocky crags of Corinth to the lush valleys of Thebes, city-states began to respond to the call. A deep sense of urgency gripped their leaders, who understood that the threat was not just to their lands, but to their very way of life. The councillors convened, debating fiercely over strategies and alliances, their voices filled with a mix of fear and resolve. In the shadows of these deliberations, the voices of the common folk rose as well. Farmers laid down their tools, craftsmen abandoned their projects, and even the oldest of men, their backs bent with age, gathered to listen. They were united by a singular purpose: to protect their homes, their families, their freedom. As they prepared for war, they clung to stories of past heroes, their hearts swelling with the hope of a glorious future, even as darkness loomed in the distance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in hues of crimson and gold, ships began to gather in the bustling ports. Each vessel represented a city-state, a collective heartbeat, echoing the determination of a people unwilling to be subdued. The sailors, their muscles taut with anticipation, felt the salty spray of the sea and the weight of their ancestors' dreams. Among them was a young sailor named Aristides, whose heart raced with both fear and excitement. This was more than a battle, it was a pivotal moment in history, a chance to etch their names alongside those of legends. Meanwhile, the Persian Empire, vast and formidable, advanced relentlessly toward the shores of Greece. The tales of their might struck terror in the hearts of many, but for the Greeks, it was a catalyst. Instead of crumbling, they began to stand taller, their collective spirit igniting a bond stronger than any sword. They were no longer isolated city-states. They were a burgeoning alliance, a tapestry woven from threads of bravery and shared destiny. As the night deepened, the sound of armor clashing, the rustle of banners, and the prayers of the faithful filled the air. Dreams of glory mingled with the harsh reality of impending conflict. Each city-state prepared in its own way, but a singular thread connected them: the unwavering belief that their fight was not just against a foreign force, but for their very identity, their culture, their future. And then, as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, illuminating the paths toward battle, the Greek city-states began to move as one. Each step carried the weight of history and the promise of hope. The ships sailed, the warriors marched, and the voices of mothers and fathers echoed in their hearts, urging them onward. With the sun casting its golden light upon the waters, the time for hesitation had long passed. The call to arms had been sounded, and the Greek city-states were now a force to be reckoned with. As they prepared to confront the enormous tide of Persian might, they were not just fighting for survival, they were fighting for every child who dreamt of a future, for every song sung in their homeland, for every story meant to be passed down through generations. And with that, the stage was set for a clash that would resonate through the annals of time, a testament to the undying spirit of a people who dared to defy the odds. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the vast Persian plains where armies prepared for conflict. The air was thick with tension and the scent of dust and sweat. Warriors moved like a well-choreographed dance, each step pounding against the earth like a heartbeat, echoing the pulse of an empire poised for battle. The Persian forces, a magnificent tapestry of unity and diversity, stood ready to defend their realm, a mosaic of cultures woven together by a shared purpose. At the forefront of the Persian army was the elite Immortal Force, a name that struck fear into the hearts of enemies. These soldiers were more than mere warriors. They were symbols of resilience and discipline, clad in intricately embroidered tunics and armed with long spears and curved swords. Each man was a shadow of the next, a reflection of strength and loyalty. If one fell, another was there to take his place, an endless cycle of determination that whispered tales of courage through the ages. Their eyes, fierce and unwavering, were emblems of their commitment to the empire and to each other. Behind them, the cavalry thundered onto the scene, a majestic sight that stirred the souls of those who witnessed it. Horsemen adorned in shining armor rode powerful steeds, their presence a testament to the might of the Persian forces. The horses, bred for strength and speed, snorted in anticipation, eager to carry their riders into the fray. As the cavalry charged forward, the ground shook beneath their hooves and the air crackled with kinetic energy, as if the very earth sensed the impending clash of wills. The composition of the Persian army was a masterstroke of strategy and innovation. It was built upon a foundation of inclusivity, drawing from various regions and cultures within the vast empire. From the fierce warriors of Elam to the skilled archers of Media, each soldier brought unique strengths to the battlefield. The archers, positioned at the flanks, released volleys of arrows that soared high into the air, transforming the sky into a deadly rain. The rhythmic twang of the bowstrings reverberated like a war drum, amplifying the tension that hung thick in the air. As the armies clashed, chaos unfolded in a swirling storm of metal and grit. The Persian forces fought not just for land, but for honor, for their families, and for the legacy of their homeland. Each sword thrust, each arrow loosed was imbued with the weight of history, a reminder of the sacrifices made by those who had come before. The cries of the wounded and the clash of steel filled the air, a haunting symphony that echoed across the plains, drawing tears from the eyes of the brave. The Persians were not merely warriors, they were strategists and thinkers. Their tactics were as diverse as their soldiers. They understood the value of terrain, the importance of positioning, and the power of surprise. As they faced foes who underestimated their prowess, the Persians used feigned retreats and clever ambushes to turn the tide of battle in their favor. They lured enemies into traps, ensnaring them like moths drawn to a flame, leaving them vulnerable to a swift counterattack. In the midst of this turmoil, the Persian generals moved with purpose, their minds churning with plans and contingencies. Each decision was a thread woven into the fabric of the battle, each command a stroke of genius or folly. They studied the enemy's movements, watching for weaknesses and opportunities. From high vantage points, they could see the battlefield unfurl before them like a living tapestry, alive with the struggle between life and death. The sun dipped lower, casting longer shadows over the warriors, and the battles raged on. The clash of swords created a symphony of violence, punctuated by the cries of men and the high-pitched whinny of war horses. The ground, once a serene landscape, was now stained with the essence of conflict. The Persian forces, fueled by their unbreakable spirit, fought on with relentless fervor, each heart beating in sync with the legacy they hoped to uphold. As night fell and the stars began to twinkle in the firmament, the battlefield transformed into an eerie landscape of flickering shadows and glowing embers. The fires that lit the camps crackled and popped, their warmth a stark contrast to the cold reality of war. Amidst the chaos, stories were born. Each soldier had a tale of valor, of loss, and of triumph that would be passed down through generations. They were more than just soldiers. They were the embodiment of a glorious history, a living testament to the Persian Empire's enduring legacy. In every clash of swords and every battle cry, the essence of the Persian identity was forged anew. They fought with passion, driven by a profound connection to their home, to their ancestors, and to one another. The bonds of brotherhood forged in the fires of battle ran deeper than blood, and the stories of their courage would ripple through time, echoing in the hearts of those who remembered. As the night wore on, the distant sounds of conflict faded into the background, replaced by the murmurs of warriors recounting their exploits by the firelight. The embers danced, illuminating faces etched with determination and fatigue, and for a moment, the world outside the flickering glow seemed to disappear. They shared laughter and tears, a poignant reminder of the fragility of life amid the violence of war. In those fleeting moments, the weight of their burdens felt lighter, and hope flickered like the flames before them. But as dawn approached, so too did the promise of new challenges. The rise of the sun heralded another day of battle, another chance to fight for their empire, and the cycle of conflict would continue. The Persian forces were ready, not just as an army, but as a symbol of an enduring spirit that would transcend time, a force composed, unwavering, and forever etched into the annals of history. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over Athens, a city pulsating with life and ambition. The air crackled with energy, a prelude to the events that would soon unfold. On this fateful day, men and boys, bound by duty and honor, prepared to take their places as citizen soldiers. They were not mere warriors, they were hoplites, the backbone of Athenian might, each one laden with the weight of their family's hopes, dreams, and the very future of their beloved polis. In the bustling agora, the sound of metal clanging echoed like a heartbeat, a rhythm that resonated deeply within those who called Athens home. As citizens gathered, their eyes sparkled with both fear and determination. Fathers embraced sons for the last time. Young men, barely of age, felt the warmth of their mothers' tears as they stepped into an arena of uncertainty. Their armor, heavy and unfamiliar, felt like both a blessing and a curse, a shield against the enemies that threatened their freedom, yet a constant reminder of the burdens they bore. The hoplites donned their bronze helmets, each piece shined to perfection, catching the light like stars in a night sky. The scarlet capes billowed behind them, symbols of their courage and the blood they were prepared to spill for their city. The citizens watched in awe and trepidation. Here were their sons transformed into warriors, ready to defend their homeland against any foe who dared to threaten the very essence of their democracy. As they formed ranks, a palpable tension filled the air. Each man stood shoulder to shoulder, a wall of shields gleaming in the sun, their spirits intertwined like the fabric of a tapestry. The shield, the aspis, became not only a protective barrier, but also a testament to their bond. Each hoplite knew that to falter was to risk not just his own life, but the lives of those beside him. The burden of brotherhood weighed heavily, yet it ignited a fire within their hearts. In the distance, the faint sound of a horn echoed, a call to arms that could shatter the very stillness of the moment. The ground beneath them trembled as they marched forward, each step a heartbeat, synchronized with the pulse of Athens itself. The city, their sanctuary and battleground, loomed ahead, its walls whispering tales of bravery and sacrifice. And at that moment, they weren't just fighting for glory, they were fighting for the legacy of their ancestors, for the sweet laughter of children, and for the elders who had shaped their world with wisdom. But battles were not just fought with swords and shields. They were waged in the hearts of men. The hoplites remembered the stories shared around flickering fires, tales of heroes who had fallen, and the gods watching over them. They felt the weight of their shield, a burden transformed into a badge of honor. Every clash of metal would echo in the annals of time, a testament to their valor that the world would never forget. Suddenly, the serene landscape erupted into chaos as the enemy emerged from the shadows, their war cries piercing the air like arrows. The hoplites stood firm, their hearts pounding like war drums. Fear licked at the edges of their resolve, but they pushed it aside, for to falter would mean defeat, not just for themselves, but for their families, their friends, and their city. They drew breath, the scent of sweat and determination mingling with the dust of the battleground. With a mighty roar, the clash of shields and swords erupted, a symphony of destruction that sent shivers down the spine. The hoplites moved as one, a living, breathing organism, fueled by the bond of camaraderie, each man instinctively knowing his place within the line. They fought not just as individuals, but as part of something greater, a force that could not be easily dismantled. Amidst the chaos, the glint of a spear caught the light, a fleeting moment that could change everything. It sailed through the air, landing with deadly precision. A cry echoed across the battlefield, a heart-wrenching sound that made the ground tremble. A soldier, once vibrant and full of life, now lay still, a testament to the price of freedom. Grief and rage surged within the ranks of the hoplites, igniting their spirits like a firestorm. The battle raged on, and with each swing of a sword, each thrust of a spear, they felt the weight of their ancestors guiding them. These were the same streets their forefathers had walked, the same soil soaked with the blood of those who'd come before. It was a legacy they could not ignore. The cries of the fallen echoed in their minds, pushing them to fight harder, to break through the despair that threatened to engulf them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the battlefield, the tide began to turn. The hoplites rallied, their formation strengthening, their resolve hardening like the very bronze they wore. They became one with the ancient chants that filled the air, voices rising in a haunting melody that spoke of valor and sacrifice. With every strike, they reclaimed not just ground, but the very essence of what it meant to be Athenian. In that moment of rage and defiance, something shifted. The earth beneath their feet became sacred ground, hallowed by the spirits of those who had fought before them. Each soldier understood that victory was not simply a matter of survival. It was about honor, about defending the very ideals that made Athens a beacon of hope. Together, they marched toward their destiny, the fire of their ancestors burning brightly in their chests. And as the last light of day faded, the battle approached its zenith, a swirling tempest of emotion and tension. The cries of the fallen intermingled with the shouts of the living, an unbroken thread connecting past, present, and future. Each moment pulsed with the thrill of warfare and the ache of sacrifice, the weight of the hoplites' shields becoming lighter, even as their hearts bore the burden of their journey. The night promised to be long, and the outcome uncertain, but one thing was clear. The spirit of the Athenian hoplite would endure, woven into the very fabric of the city they fought to protect. And as the last echoes of the day faded, the shadows deepened, and a new chapter awaited, one that would shape the legacy of Athens forever. The morning sun broke over the distant mountains, casting a golden glow on the dusty roads that would bear witness to the Persian army's relentless advance toward a fateful clash. Soldiers, clad in gleaming armor and fierce determination, marched in disciplined rows, their hearts pounding with the rhythm of ambition and conquest. But as the winds whispered tales of glory, not all was as it seemed. The march to Marathon was fraught with unseen challenges, each step a testament to the empire's ambition and the burden of logistical nightmares that awaited. At the forefront of this massive operation stood Darius, the king of kings, a man whose dreams stretched far beyond the horizon. His gaze scanned the columns of troops. But within him lurked an unsettling awareness. The vast Persian Empire, sprawling from the banks of the Nile to the Indus River, was a marvel of might and splendor. Yet, that grandeur could quickly turn to ashes if the foundations of supply and strategy crumbled. The logistics of war were a delicate dance, one that could tip the scales from victorious glory to crushing defeat. As the army pressed forward, a wave of anxiety washed over the ranks. What good was an unstoppable force if it faltered under its own weight? The long stretches of arid land ahead were a stark reminder of the challenges to come. Food and water, the lifeblood of any campaign, were not mere afterthoughts. They were lifelines. Each soldier was a cog in a grand machine, and without sustenance, that machine could grind to a halt. In the supply camps, where the stench of sweat and anxiety mingled, men scurried like ants. They loaded carts with grain, dried fish, and jugs of water, far more than anyone believed possible. Yet they understood that their efforts were a race against time. Each day spent preparing was another day lost to the Greeks, who had already begun to gather, their resolve as solid as the shields they wielded. The shadows of Marathon loomed and the clock was ticking. Word spread through the ranks of an impending storm, not the kind that could be seen in the sky, but one that brewed in the hearts of men. Whispers of dissent grew louder as the days grew longer. A lack of provisions led to fear, and fear festered into skepticism about the wisdom of their king. Would a mere supply line be enough to sustain a force that had ambitions of conquering not just lands, but hearts? Amidst the chaos, a young officer named Artaphernes stood at a crossroads. He was tasked with overseeing the distribution of supplies. His hands trembled as he marked maps dotted with the locations of their supply routes. He understood the weight of his responsibility. One miscalculation, one moment of oversight, could doom thousands. The burden felt heavy, a weight that pressed against his chest, and he wondered if he would be remembered as a hero or a fool. The men around him were restless. With each passing day, their patience wore thin. Some soldiers stared blankly into the distance, haunted by the thought of their loved ones back home, while others chattered nervously, their eyes darting for the next meal or sip of water. Artaphernes watched, his heart aching for them. He knew they were not just warriors. They were fathers, brothers, sons. Each one carried a dream, a hope for a future, and with every step, that hope hung by a thread. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows over the camp, the tension reached a fever pitch. A rumor rippled through the ranks like wildfire. The Greeks were gathering their forces. Panic spread like a storm, and Artaphernes felt it take hold of his own heart. Would they ever be ready to face the enemy? The thought was maddening. He could almost hear the clash of swords echoing in the distance, and it filled him with dread. Then came a voice, strong and steady. It was Megabyzus, a seasoned veteran whose tales of glory were revered among the troops. He stepped forward, his presence a balm in the simmering tension. "Listen," he bellowed, commanding attention. "We are the might of Persia. We have faced storms, both in nature and in battle. We will not turn our backs to fear. We will march, we will fight, and we will consume our enemies like fire consumes dry grass." His words ignited a spark among the soldiers, awakening their dormant resolve. They straightened, shoulders squared, and a newfound determination coursed through their veins. They were not mere numbers, they were part of a force that could alter the course of history. But deep within, Artaphernes felt the weight of logistics still looming over them, a specter that refused to fade. As the march continued, the army moved like a colossal beast, propelled by the sheer force of ambition and fear. Yet every mile forward was a gamble. Would the supply lines hold? Would the food last? Day by day, the reality of their predicament grew more daunting. The roads, once clear, became treacherous with the passage of time. Dust choked the air, and the sun beat down mercilessly, testing their resolve. Yet, with each challenge, the soldiers found strength in unity. They shared their rations, their stories, and their dreams, creating bonds that would not easily break. Artaphernes watched in awe as men, once strangers, forged friendships amidst uncertainty. They became brothers in arms, each one standing with the other, ready to face the unknown. And then, like the crack of thunder on a still day, the news came, a call to arms. A signal that the Greeks were finally upon them, poised to defend their homeland at Marathon. A palpable electric tension filled the air, igniting the fears and hopes that had been simmering. Would they meet their end here, on this dust-choked plain, or would they stand victorious, proving the might of Persia to the world? With hearts racing and breath quickening, the army formed into position. The weight of logistics still clung to Artafernes. But in that moment, he felt a rush of adrenaline wash over him. He glanced at his fellow soldiers, each face a mirror of determination, a testament to their shared purpose. The march had led them to this singular moment, where dreams collided with reality, and the echoes of history awaited their choice. As the cries of war filled the air, the lines had been drawn, and soon they would discover what destiny had in store. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the ancient battlefield of Marathon. Dust swirled in the air, a bitter reminder of the clash between the Athenians and the invading Persians. Among the chaos and bloodshed, one man stood apart, a figure whose heart raced with the weight of destiny. Phidippides, a messenger with legs as swift as the wind, was about to embark on a journey that would forever echo through the annals of history. The roar of swords clashing, the cries of warriors, and the thudding of pounding hearts filled the air. But it was not just the sounds of battle that coursed through Phidippides' veins. It was the urgent message he carried in his mind, a message that could change the fate of a city. He had run for days, from Athens to Sparta and back, seeking help, but now he stood on the brink of the final sprint. The Athenians were outnumbered, their courage teetering on the edge of despair. Phidippides inhaled deeply, the scent of sweat, dust, and iron filling his lungs. He could feel the pulse of the earth beneath his feet, a rhythm that matched his racing heart. The battle raged on, but time was slipping away. He turned, his mind racing back to the moment he first learned of the Persian threat. The assembly of the Athenian leaders, their worried faces lit by flickering torches, haunted him. "We must act," he had begged, his voice steady. "If we do not run to Sparta, we shall lose everything." And now, here he was, the weight of the city resting on his shoulders. With every step, images flashed through his mind. His family, the laughter of children playing in the streets of Athens, the voices of his friends echoing in the agora. The thought drove him onward, faster than he had ever thought possible. He could not allow the light of his home to be extinguished. As he sprinted toward Athens, the sounds of battle grew louder, a cacophony that echoed his own heartbeat. Each footfall was a reminder of the love he held for his city, the sacrifices made by those who fought valiantly. Phidippides could picture them, the brave Athenians, standing tall against overwhelming odds, their resolve forged in the fires of loyalty and patriotism. But now they needed their messenger. They needed hope. Panic surged in his chest as he neared the city. What if he arrived too late? What if all was lost? His breath came in ragged gasps, and his legs screamed in protest. But he pushed through the pain, driven by something deeper than exhaustion. He was not just running, he was carrying the hopes of every citizen on his back. The sight of the city walls appeared before him, a beacon of strength against the darkening sky. He could see the figures of soldiers, weary but resolute, still holding their ground. Hope surged within him as he approached, but then doubt crept in. What if they had already fallen? What if his journey was in vain? Then, like a spark igniting dry kindling, he felt a surge of energy. He drew closer, and the cries of the warriors became clear. They fought not only for their lives, but for their homes, their families, their very existence. He envisioned the faces of his comrades, brave souls willing to sacrifice everything. Phidippides pushed forward, desperation giving way to determination. As he crossed the final threshold, he burst forth into the Athenian camp, his voice ringing out like a clarion call. "Victory! We have defeated the Persians!" The words tumbled from his lips, raw with emotion. He could barely see the faces of the soldiers, their sweat and blood mingling, but he felt their energy like a tidal wave crashing over him. But with each shout of triumph, a shadow loomed larger in his mind, the exhaustion of his journey, the weight of his message. He had given everything. In that moment, it felt as if the very ground beneath him would swallow him whole. He staggered, fatigue washing over him like a dark tide. The cheers faded into a distant echo as he felt his knees buckle beneath him. Phidippides fell to the ground, gasping for breath, his energy spent. The world blurred around him, colors swirling in a vivid haze. But even as darkness threatened, his spirit soared with the knowledge that he had delivered hope. He had fought against time itself, and in doing so, he had become a part of something larger than himself, a legend that would ripple through time, inspiring countless souls. And just as the weight of his body pressed into the earth, a flicker of consciousness drew him back. He glanced around, seeing the faces of the warriors who had embraced his message. They rallied, buoyed by his words. He could feel their determination coursing through him, even as he lay there, breathless. Phidippides had delivered the message that would echo through eternity. The distance he had run was not just the miles to Athens, it was the distance from despair to hope, from loss to victory. He could hear the whispers of the future calling to him, beckoning him to rise again, to run again. His tale would inspire generations, igniting the hearts of those who felt the weight of the world upon their shoulders. But the tale did not end there, for the shadows lengthened and a new race began. A race not just against time, but against the very notion of what it meant to be a hero. Would his legacy stand the test of time? Would the spirit of the Athenian warriors continue to burn bright in the face of adversity? The answers lay ahead, just beyond the horizon, waiting to be written by those who dared to carry the flame forward. The pulse of history quickened, intertwining Phidippides' heart with that of Athens, their fates forever entwined. The echoes of his tale would not fade, they would grow louder, reverberating through the ages, a testament to the courage of one man and the city he loved. And as he surrendered to the darkness, a spark of light flickered in the distance, a promise that his journey was far from over. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over a quiet village, but that peace was about to be shattered. Smoke curled upwards from distant hills, the acrid scent drifting steadily on the wind. It was a smell that would soon become familiar to the people living on the fringes of conflict, a harbinger of chaos lurking just beyond the horizon. In the sweltering summer of 1775, whispers of rebellion stirred like leaves caught in an autumn breeze. Tensions brewed in the colonies, simmering beneath the surface, waiting for a spark. That spark came on a fateful night, when a few brave souls slipped through shadows, their hearts pounding in unison with the drums of change. As they moved in silence, the air crackled with anticipation, a palpable energy that hinted at both fear and hope. In Lexington, Massachusetts, the sun barely kissed the earth when the alarm bells rang, echoing through the sleepy streets. Citizens rushed outside, wide-eyed and breathless, clutching muskets and pitchforks as if they were the last bastions of their safety. There was no time for second thoughts. The British were coming. The mere mention of redcoats sent shivers down spines, stirring a blend of anger and fear deep within the hearts of the villagers. On the green, a tense standoff unfolded. Men gathered, their faces etched with worry, hearts racing as the sun peeked over the horizon. The British soldiers stood in formation, polished boots gleaming, their demeanor cold and unyielding. A nervous crackle hung in the air. The world had changed, and no one knew how it would end. "Stand your ground, don't fire unless fired upon," commanded Captain John Parker. His voice steady but strained. He felt the weight of history pressing down on him, each second stretching like an eternity. The moment felt as though it could tip either way, a pendulum swaying between courage and cowardice. Then the sound, a single gunshot, sharp and jarring, pierced the morning air. It echoed like thunder, and in its wake, chaos erupted. The soldiers, trained and disciplined, responded with a fearsome volley that lit the field. In that instant, the world was transformed. The first blood of a revolution had been spilled, its taste bitter and sweet. James Monroe, only a young man at the time, stood in the crowd, the cacophony of gunfire ringing in his ears. His heart raced wildly, each beat reminding him of the gravity of the moment. He had come to support his friends, but now he found himself grappling with the reality of war. The shouts, the smoke, the cries of wounded men. This was no longer a distant conflict, it was now personal. Across the field, Samuel Adams watched as the British soldiers attempted to regroup. Their lines wavered under the onslaught of rebel fire. He felt the thrill of revolution coursing through him, every heartbeat igniting his passion for independence. The stakes were high, but with every volley, the resolve of the colonists deepened. They were not just defending their homes, they were fighting for their rights, their futures. As the sun rose higher, illuminating the chaos below, the echoes of gunfire carried through the air like an ominous symphony. Each shot rang out a call to arms. Revolution was not just a whispered thought anymore. It had become a reality that demanded action. Soon, news of the skirmish spread like wildfire, fueling the flames of dissent in towns and cities across the colonies. In the days that followed, the tension escalated. The British, believing themselves to be the hand of imperial authority, ordered a march toward Concord, but the colonists, armed with an unyielding spirit and makeshift weapons, prepared to defend their rights. It was a conflict born not just out of ambition, but from the depths of heartbreak, families torn apart, friendships tested, and the weight of history pressing heavily on their shoulders. As dusk fell over Concord, the air buzzed with anticipation. The rebels, gathering in small groups, shared hushed words laden with urgency. Women and children watched from the edges, their eyes wide with fear and hope. The spirit of defiance surged through the men as they crafted plans under the watchful glow of lanterns, each flicker of light symbolizing their undying resolve. The clash soon came. The British soldiers, marching with precision, were met with a surge of resistance. The sound of musket fire filled the air, mingling with the cries of men fighting for their lives and the future of their homeland. The ground beneath them became a hallowed battleground, soaked in the sweat and blood of those who dared to stand against tyranny. Among the chaos, a young farmer named Nathaniel stood tall, his hands trembling but his heart resolute. He had never held a weapon before that day. Yet, with each pull of the trigger, he felt a surge of purpose. Every shot fired was a declaration against oppression, each fallen soldier a reminder of what was at stake. Though fear gnawed at him, courage wrapped its arms around his heart like a protective shield, urging him forward. As night descended, it brought not only shadows but also a sense of foreboding. In the flickering light of campfires, the men shared stories of valor and loss. They spoke of dreams for a free future, for a land where they could speak without fear of reprisal. The tales spun a web of shared experience, creating bonds that would stretch far beyond the battlefield. Yet, amidst the camaraderie, a darkness loomed. The realization that not all would survive this fight hung heavily in the air. Families would be shattered, lives irrevocably changed. The cost of freedom was steep, and the taste of battle left a bitter aftertaste in their mouths. As the skirmishes continued, an undeniable truth emerged. This was just the beginning. The stakes were becoming ever higher, and as skirmishes turned to battles, the call for unity rang out louder than ever. The whispers of a nation on the brink of revolution grew into a roar, echoing across the hills and valleys. The journey was fraught with peril, but the hearts of those who stood together burned brightly against the encroaching darkness. In the eye of the storm, they were not just soldiers. They were fathers, brothers, and sons, fueled by an unquenchable thirst for freedom. The initial skirmishes were but a prelude to a fierce struggle that would shape the very fabric of a nation. And within that struggle lay the promise of hope, the quest for a better tomorrow, the dawning of a spirit that would not be extinguished so easily. With every heartbeat, the tension mounted, weaving an intricate tapestry of conflict and courage. The coming days would test their mettle. Would they rise to the occasion, or would the weight of their aspirations prove too heavy? The air was thick with uncertainty and potential, a twisted dance of fate that had only just begun. The sun dipped low over the horizon, spilling a cascade of oranges and reds across the waters of the Aegean Sea. A gentle breeze carried the scent of salt and the whispers of looming conflict. In that moment, the ocean appeared calm, but beneath its surface lay a raging tempest of ambition and strategy. For the Persian Empire, the Aegean was not just a body of water. It was the key to power, wealth, and control over the very lifeblood of trade and military might. From the bustling shores of Ionia to the rocky cliffs of the Cyclades, the Aegean Sea was a stage where empires clashed, alliances formed, and destinies were decided. The Persians, under the leadership of their formidable kings, sought to weave their influence into every corner of this aquatic realm. They knew that to dominate the Aegean was to hold the strings of not just a region, but the entire Mediterranean. As dusk painted the sky, Persian ships, sleek and formidable, cut through the waters like arrows. Each vessel carried not just soldiers, but the weight of an empire's dreams. The crews, hardened by years of training and survival, were a mix of proud Persians and subjugated allies, united under a common cause. They had come to understand the sea's moods, its shifting tides, and the nebulous currents that could lead them to victory or doom. Each time they set sail, excitement and anxiety twisted in their stomachs. They were not just fishermen or traders, but warriors on the brink of a new era. The strategic importance of the Aegean could hardly be overstated. Control of the sea meant control of the trade routes that fed the cities of Greece, and it meant the ability to launch attacks on rival city-states that dared to challenge Persian authority. It was a game of chess played on water, and the Persians were determined to make their moves with precision and cunning. Word spread among the Persian ranks of the upcoming battles against the Greek city-states, whose fierce spirit was legendary. These were men and women who, against all odds, had managed to stand up to the might of the Persian army. But the Persians had a plan, an intricate web of naval strategy that would rewrite the rules of engagement. The Greeks might have had superior ships, but the Persian navy had numbers, discipline, and a vision that went beyond mere conquest. As the moon rose high, illuminating the dark waters, a fierce determination ignited within the hearts of the Persian captains. They gathered around a flickering flame, the crackle of the fire echoing their resolve. It was here that cunning strategies were etched into the night, plans to outmaneuver their enemies and strike before dawn. They would use deception, misdirection, and the element of surprise, knowing that the Greeks often underestimated their naval capabilities. The night before a confrontation, the tension was palpable. Ships flanked each other in the quiet bay, their wooden hulls whispering stories of battles fought and won, of comrades lost and victories cherished. The crewmen felt the heartbeat of the ocean beneath them, a reminder that they were all connected by something far greater than themselves. Each man's face reflected determination and fear, the kind of raw emotion that could fuel legends. On the morrow, the sun would rise to witness the clash of two worlds, the might of the Persian strategy against the fierce independence of the Greek spirit. The Persian fleet was positioned along the narrow straits, their tactics laid down like the stars in the sky. They would strike when the Greeks least expected it, using the element of surprise to their advantage. The waters would roar and boil, churning with the fury of clashing cultures and ambitions. As dawn broke, the sound of oars slicing through the water mixed with the cries of seagulls overhead. The Persian fleet moved as one, a living organism, gliding silently across the shimmering surface. The anticipation was electric. Hearts raced as the ships approached their targets, their sails billowing in the fresh morning breeze. It was then that the Greeks emerged, their own vessels cutting through the sea with remarkable speed and agility. The first engagement erupted like a thunderclap. A cataclysm of wood, steel, and human will collided as Persian ships met Greek triremes in a breathtaking display of naval warfare. The air crackled with adrenaline as arrows flew overhead, and the clanging of swords and shields echoed across the waves. Each Persian sailor fought not just for survival, but for the future of their empire. Behind their eyes burned a fierce loyalty, a devotion to their king, and a desire to carve their names into the annals of history. Yet, amidst the chaos and carnage, a strange beauty unfolded. The sun glinted off the sea, and for a fleeting moment, the bloodshed felt almost surreal. It was a dance of fate, a testament to the unyielding spirit of humanity. Both Persian and Greek, battling not merely for territory but for honor, pride, and legacy. As the tide of battle ebbed and flowed, Persian commanders shouted commands, their voices rising above the din of the struggle. They maneuvered their ships with a strategic brilliance that left even the Greeks momentarily awed. The sight of a massive Persian trireme, its long, sleek hull cutting through the waves, sent shivers down the spines of their opponents. The might of Persia was palpable, and they fought not just against an enemy, but against a tidal wave of destiny. But even as the Persian strategy began to unfold with terrifying efficacy, the Greeks rallied with tenacity that could not be snuffed out. They were a tempest of defiance, their spirit unbroken as they engaged the enemy with renewed fervor. The clash was not merely a battle of arms, but a contest of wills, a testament to the unyielding nature of freedom versus the relentless pursuit of empire. With every swing of a sword and every shout of defiance, the Aegean Sea bore witness to a saga of ambition, betrayal, and valor that would echo through the ages. The horizon burned with the promise of more conflict, more dreams shattered and forged anew upon the waters. In that moment, the Persian naval strategy was not just a plan, It was a living, breathing entity, weaving through the currents of history, forever altering the course of the Mediterranean world. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the rugged landscape, where every rock and crevice seemed to whisper tales of battles fought and won. Each incline bore witness to the struggles of those who had trod upon this very earth, their footsteps echoing through time. In this world, understanding the terrain was not just a matter of geography, it was a matter of life and death. High on a hill, a small group of soldiers stood, their eyes scanning the horizon, the weight of history pressing down upon them. They knew the stories of their forefathers, veterans who had fought under the same sky, their bravery tempered by the knowledge of their surroundings. The very ground they stood upon held both promise and peril, and the soldiers felt a shiver run down their spines, a reminder that ignorance in such an unforgiving landscape could spell disaster. With the sun setting ablaze in shades of crimson and gold, they recalled the historic siege of a castle perched atop a mountain, surrounded by treacherous cliffs. It was said that the defenders, familiar with every inch of their terrain, had repelled waves of attackers who underestimated the advantage of high ground. The soldiers felt their hearts race at the thought of steep slopes and narrow paths, each bend harboring the secret of ambush or escape. But understanding the terrain was not merely about the lofty heights. Down in the valleys, deep forests sprawled like dark secrets, waiting to be uncovered. Legends spoke of unsuspecting armies who marched confidently into the woods, only to be swallowed by the eerie silence, their formations breaking apart under the dizzying canopy of branches. The soldiers shuddered at the thought. To know the risks lurking in those shadows was as vital as the blade at their side. And yet, even the terrain could be a double-edged sword. In the rushing rivers, swift and ferocious, opportunity and danger danced hand in hand. A well-placed ambush could shatter an enemy's resolve, but an unexpected flood could wash away hopes and dreams in mere moments. The soldiers felt the pulse of history echoing in their chests, the ancient armies that had crossed those very waters, some emerging victorious, while others were consumed by the relentless flow. As twilight descended, the air thickened with tension. The soldiers shared hushed stories of how terrain had shaped the fates of kingdoms and empires. The Battle of Waterloo, etched forever in the annals of history, was a vivid reminder of how the muddy fields had turned the tide. Napoleon's arrogance, believing he could conquer the landscape, had led to his downfall. The soldiers could almost hear the cries of the fallen, the clash of steel, the thunder of hooves, an echo of an age where terrain was both ally and adversary. Yet, there was another layer to the understanding of terrain, one that transcended the physical. It was about knowing the hearts of the people who inhabited the land. Each valley had its story, each hill its spirit. The soldiers thought of the local tribes, the mysterious ones who had thrived in harmony with their surroundings, their intimate knowledge of the land granting them an almost mystical edge. Could they outsmart an enemy by leading them into the very heart of their own territory? A sudden gust of wind stirred the leaves, and the soldiers exchanged uneasy glances. Did they truly grasp the complexity of the terrain ahead? They had trained tirelessly, rehearsing maneuvers and strategies, but what if the land itself held secrets they had yet to uncover? The thought was unsettling, as if the very earth beneath their feet was a living entity, watching, waiting. With nightfall cloaking the land in shadows, the soldiers gathered around a flickering fire, the warmth a temporary refuge from the encroaching chill. Stories of past warriors filled the air, tales of triumph and tragedy, intertwined with the very fabric of the terrain. They spoke of the ancient Romans, who had constructed roads that cut through mountains, a testament to the power of understanding the land. One soldier recounted how the maps they relied on were often incomplete, leaving them vulnerable to the whims of nature. The fire crackled, illuminating their faces, reflecting a mixture of hope and fear. In the hushed moments around the fire, they understood that terrain was not just about physical features, but also an emotional landscape, a canvas painted with the strokes of ambition, courage, and sometimes despair. The soldiers recognized that the ground they would soon tread upon was steeped in the dreams of those who had come before them, dreams that flickered like the flames before them, vibrant yet fragile. As sleep beckoned, their minds raced with images of battles yet to be fought and victories yet to be claimed. The terrain that loomed before them was a living, breathing entity, rich with history and burdened by the weight of expectation. Dawn would break, illuminating the landscape. The soldiers' hearts beat in synchrony with the unfolding day, knowing they would soon step into a world where the advantages of the terrain could lead them to glory or deliver them to despair. Each hill, each valley, each tree held potential, and in their hearts they were acutely aware that to truly conquer the land, they must first conquer the uncertainty that lay within themselves and each other. As the fire died down, casting long shadows that danced against the backdrop of ancient stones, they felt an unspoken bond forming among them. Their understanding of the terrain was about to be tested, but would they rise to the occasion, or would the ghosts of history come back to haunt them? The sun hung low in the Athenian sky, casting long shadows across the dusty ground. A chorus of nervous whispers filled the air as soldiers adjusted their shields, their hands clammy with anticipation. Each warrior felt the weight of history, heavy on their shoulders, bound not just by armor, but by honor, duty, and the spirit of their city. The battle was not merely a clash of weapons, it was a fight for their very existence. The Athenian battle plan was a tapestry, woven with strategic brilliance, colored by the valor of its men. At its core lay the famed phalanx, a formation that whispered of unity and strength. Rows upon rows of hoplites stood shoulder to shoulder, their bronze helmets gleaming like the sun. Each man held a shield, round and strong, ready to deflect the oncoming storm of enemy attacks. The hoplites, with their long spears pointed forward, created a wall of iron, a formidable barrier against the chaos that lurked beyond. As the first notes of war echoed in the distance, a hush fell over the ranks. It was in this moment that the Athenian commanders would breathe life into the battle plan, their minds racing with strategies that danced like shadows among the soldiers. Every detail mattered. The positioning of each unit had been meticulously calculated, a delicate balance of offense and defense. They understood that the strength of the phalanx lay not just in its formation, but in the heart of each soldier, bound by loyalty to their comrades, their families, and their beloved city. The sound of trumpets shattered the stillness, a clarion call that sent a jolt of adrenaline through the men. They could feel the earth tremble underfoot as the enemy approached. It was a fierce reminder of the stakes at hand. A visceral fear gripped the hearts of many, but it was quickly replaced by a surge of courage. The Athenians had learned to harness their fear, transforming it into a weapon of its own. With a shared glance, they nodded at one another, a silent pact forged in the fires of loyalty and resolve. As the two armies collided, the phalanx surged forward like a living beast, each warrior moving as one. The clash of metal rang out, a symphony of battle that echoed across the field. It was a brutal dance, a chaotic flurry of strikes and parries, but within this chaos, the Athenian strategy shone through. The hoplites held their ground, their shields forming a protective shell that absorbed blows while they struck back with precision. The enemy, caught off guard by the ferocity of the Athenian advance, faltered. But the Athenians were not just a force of brute strength. They had mastered the art of deception as well. At times, their formations would shift, creating openings that lured the opposing forces into traps. A sudden, feigned retreat would send the enemy charging forward, only to be met with the steel resolve of the phalanx, waiting patiently like a coiled serpent ready to strike. The tension in the air was palpable. Every moment was charged with a sense of imminent violence, a heartbeat in sync with the clash of swords and the cries of the fallen. Behind the lines, generals shouted commands, their voices slicing through the cacophony of battle. They moved with purpose, eyes scanning the battlefield for any sign of weakness. It was here that they could make crucial decisions, changing formations with a flick of the wrist, urging their men to adapt and evolve. The Athenian battle plan was not just a rigid script, it was a living entity, responding to the pulse of the fight. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting an orange glow over the battlefield, the tides began to turn. An unexpected maneuver from the Athenian cavalry, hidden in the folds of the terrain, broke through enemy lines, wreaking havoc and creating confusion. It was a calculated risk, one that could either bring glory or doom. But the Athenians were not afraid to gamble. With each charge of the horsemen, hope surged through the ranks of foot soldiers, an electric wave of energy that fueled their strength. In the heat of battle, decisions were made in heartbeats. Lives were forever changed in an instant. Each warrior was acutely aware of the stakes. They fought not just for survival, but for a brighter future, a legacy that would echo through the ages. As the clamor of battle rose to a fever pitch, emotions ran high. The blood, sweat, and tears of countless warriors mingled in the dust, a testament to their unyielding spirit. Every thrust of a spear, every swing of a sword was a reminder of what was at stake. Friends fought side by side, their fates intertwined in the chaos of war. The emotions surged: fear, rage, and an unwavering pride. The very essence of Athenian identity pulsed through each heart, a fierce reminder that they were part of something greater than themselves. Time seemed to stretch and contract in waves, moments of quiet reflection interspersed with the roar of conflict. As the battle raged on, the Athenian strategy unfolded like a masterful tapestry, each thread revealing layers of complexity and depth. The formations shifted seamlessly, a dance of calculated movements and instinct. It was not merely about the clash of arms, it was about the spirit of the people, their unwavering resolve to defend their land. With every passing moment, the battlefield transformed, a living entity of chaos and strategy. The Athenians fought not just to win a battle, but to secure their identity, to carve their names into the annals of history. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, the struggle continued, a relentless tide of honor and courage that refused to be extinguished. The fight was far from over. The battle plan, a symphony of formation and strategy, was still unfolding, each note resonating with the heartbeats of those who dared to stand and fight. The air was thick with tension, a heavy cloak that wrapped around the hearts of men as they braced themselves for the storm that would soon engulf them. Just beyond the horizon, the drums of war beat steadily, their rhythmic thud echoing in the minds of soldiers and civilians alike. Each thump of the drums was more than just a call to arms. It was a pulse of fear, anticipation, and resolve. It was the sound of history being forged in the fires of conflict, and it was the harbinger of an unseen battle that had already begun. One fought not with swords or guns, but with words and ideas. In the weeks leading up to the clash of armies, a different kind of warfare unfolded, one that sowed seeds of doubt and unity within the minds of millions. The airwaves buzzed with whispers, and pamphlets fluttered like ghosts in the streets, carrying bold proclamations that fueled the flames of passion and anger. Propaganda became the weapon of choice, an invisible hand shaping thoughts and emotions, urging people to align with a cause, to see the world in black and white, friend and foe. It was in this atmospheric tension that the real battle began, a fight for hearts and minds that would dictate the outcome long before the first shot was fired. In the early days of World War I, for instance, a brilliant campaign emerged that captured the imagination of an entire nation. Posters featuring fearsome lions and brave soldiers, bold slogans painted in vivid colors, urged the British public to enlist. Each image was a call to glory, evoking a potent mix of national pride and duty. Yet, beneath the inspirational surface lay a shroud of darkness. The propaganda served as a smokescreen, masking the grim realities of war that awaited those who answered the call. The catchy phrases and stirring images were designed to drown out the voices of caution and fear. It worked. Thousands rushed to the recruitment stations, their hearts pounding with a heady mix of excitement and a sense of belonging to something greater than themselves. But this was not just an isolated incident. It was a strategy honed over centuries. The art of psychological warfare had roots in ancient civilizations, where rulers wielded tales of glory and conquest to inspire their people and terrify their enemies. The Roman Empire, with its grand spectacles and vivid storytelling, crafted an image of invincibility. Citizens were bombarded with tales of heroic feats, painting a picture that made allegiance to the empire feel like a sacred duty. The psychological manipulation created loyalty that ran deep, binding the populace to their leaders even in the face of adversity. As history unfolded, the tactics evolved, but the essence remained the same. The American Civil War saw the North and South employ propaganda to bolster their respective causes. Pamphlets and speeches were weapons in a war where the battlefield was not only physical but ideological. Both sides crafted narratives that vilified the other, embedding fear and resentment in the national psyche. The Confederacy portrayed the Union as tyrannical, while the Union depicted the Confederacy as a rebel force threatening the very fabric of democracy. With each pamphlet distributed, each speech delivered, the divide grew deeper, creating an atmosphere ripe for conflict. In the years leading to World War II, propaganda took on a more insidious form. Radio broadcasts filled the airwaves with messages designed to evoke fear of the enemy. The Nazis, under the chilling guidance of Joseph Goebbels, perfected the art of propaganda, presenting a distorted version of reality. The German populace was led to believe they were fighting a righteous battle, one that would restore their nation to its former glory. The Jewish community, portrayed as the enemy, became the scapegoat for all societal ills, fostering a climate of hatred that ignited the flames of genocide. The psychological warfare was ruthless, creating an atmosphere where empathy was drowned in a sea of nationalist fervor. The emotional toll of such campaigns cannot be overstated. Families were torn apart, friendships shattered, as people found themselves drawn into a web of division and conflict. The thrill of allegiance, powered by a sense of purpose and identity, often masked the chilling reality of the lives being lost, the dreams being shattered. Each propaganda message was a double-edged sword, a tool that could inspire heroism in one moment and incite unimaginable cruelty in the next. As battles raged around the world, the psychological warfare continued unabated. The Cold War era saw an escalation in the use of media as a weapon, with both the United States and the Soviet Union engaging in a contest of ideologies. The stakes were higher than ever as the two superpowers fought for the hearts and minds of a global audience. Radio Free Europe and Voice of America became beacons of hope for those living under oppressive regimes, while the Soviet Union countered with its own narrative, depicting the West as the harbinger of decay and moral corruption. In this chilling game of psychological chess, the battlefield was one of perception and belief. The aim was not just to win wars, but to dominate thoughts, to create a reality where the enemy was seen not as a human being, but a monstrous caricature. It was a war that played out not just in political arenas, but in the very essence of humanity, our ability to empathize, to connect, to understand one another. As the echoes of past conflicts lingered, the world stood on the brink of new battles. The power of propaganda remained a potent force, a reminder of the fragility of human connection. As new technologies emerged, so too did new ways of spreading ideas. Social media became a battleground where misinformation traveled faster than ever, and the psychological impact was immediate and profound. The call to arms, the stirring cries of nationalism, the shadows of fear, all served as a backdrop to a world teetering on the edge of chaos. As the sun set on one chapter of history, a new dawn loomed on the horizon, filled with uncertain futures and the haunting echoes of psychological warfare. The fight for the human heart and mind continued, a battle that never truly ends, always ready to rise again in the heat of the moment, where fear and hope danced dangerously close. The moon hung low and heavy in the night sky, a silver coin tossed among the stars, casting its pale light over the restless camp. Shadows danced flickering within the flickering firelight, creating ghostly figures that mingled with the raw emotions thrumming in the hearts of men. They were mere hours away from the clash that would echo through history, yet the air was thick with uncertainty, each breath weighed down by anticipation and dread. In the distance, the sound of hooves struck the earth like a heartbeat, steady and relentless. The camp was alive with whispers, men gathering in small circles, their faces pale and drawn under the weight of what tomorrow would bring. Some fidgeted with their weapons, polishing swords that had tasted blood before, but never in battles like this. The scent of sweat and anxiety mingled with the smoke from the fires, creating a tangible tension that wrapped around each soldier like a suffocating shroud. James, a young recruit, barely old enough to grow a beard, sat alone on a fallen log. His hands trembled as he gripped the hilt of his sword, the metal warm from the fire. He had heard the tales of wars fought, of heroes forged in the heat of battle, but now, as sleep evaded him, All he could think of was the fear that gnawed at his insides. What if he faltered? What if he fell? The thought was like a dark cloud swallowing him whole. Nearby, an older soldier, Tom, noticed the boy's distress. He approached slowly, his face a map of wrinkles etched by years of conflict and survival. "You know," he said, voice steady, "fear is a companion of every man who faces battle. It means you're alive, and it means you care." Tom paused, looking towards the flickering light. "Just remember, it's not the sword that wins the day, but the heart behind it." James nodded. Though his mind remained clouded with doubts, he thought of home, of the fields where he had played as a child, of his mother's eyes filled with tears as she bid him farewell. Would he see her again? Would he return? Or would he become just another name etched into the soil of this war? Across the camp, a fire crackled and sent sparks spiraling into the night as men shared stories, their voices rising and falling like the tide. Laughter mingled with the fear, a desperate attempt to cling to humanity in the face of impending chaos. They spoke of victories past, of the battles that had forged their comradeship. But beneath the bravado lay a shared understanding. Tomorrow would not be like those stories. Tomorrow was uncertain. As the night deepened, a chill crept in, settling over the camp like an omen. Guards on watch strained their ears, listening for the slightest sound, ever alert for the approaching enemy. The weight of history pressed down on them, the lessons of battles lost and won echoing through their minds. There was a feeling that the very earth beneath their feet was holding its breath, bracing for the storm that was about to break. One soldier, Marcus, stood alone at the edge of the camp, gazing into the dark horizon. He had seen so much in his years. He had lost friends and gained scars that told stories of survival. He thought of the comrades who would fight beside him tomorrow, of the sacrifices they would make, some perhaps their last. It was not glory that drove him, but the bond they shared, a unity forged through shared trials and pain. He clenched his fists, feeling the familiar rush of adrenaline mix with fear. Tomorrow would test them all. Around the campfire, another group was huddled, a mix of laughter and somber reflections marking the night. "What will you do if you survive?" one of them asked, his tone light but his eyes betraying an undercurrent of seriousness. "I'll go back to my farm, tend to the crops, and, hopefully, find a girl who doesn't mind a few scars," replied another, with a crooked grin, though the laughter was tinged with more than just humor. It was a plea for comfort, a way to stave off the dark thoughts that crept in like shadows. As the hour grew late, the fire's flames began to die down, casting longer shadows that seemed to loom over the world. Each man retreated to his own thoughts, their minds racing through memories and dreams. Some prayed in whispers, seeking solace from a higher power, while others simply stared into the dying embers, contemplating the uncertain dawn. As exhaustion threatened to pull them under, sleep was elusive for many. Every sound, every rustle in the bushes outside the camp sent jolts of adrenaline coursing through their veins. The anticipation was a living thing, coiled tight in their chests, ready to spring. The night stretched on, heavy with unspoken fears and unfulfilled hopes. The world outside the camp slowly awakening. The stars shimmered like watchful eyes, bearing witness to the fragility of human courage. The silence was broken now and then by the distant call of a night bird, a lonely sound that echoed the hearts of those waiting for the dawn. With each passing minute, the reality of the coming battle loomed larger. A dark shadow cast over their fragile dreams. They were men on the brink of history, poised at the edge of time, ready to plunge into chaos and glory. The heartbeat of the earth echoed their own, thrumming louder, growing closer. Tomorrow would not be a day like any other. It was a precipice, a moment where lives would be forever changed. As the first hints of dawn began to creep into the sky, painting it with shades of orange and pink, the men stirred. The air was electric, charged with the promise of conflict. They stood, weary but resolute, knowing that each heartbeat could very well be their last. The fires flickered, and as the sun began to rise, a solemn oath lingered in the air, binding them to one another. As they prepared to face what awaited just beyond the horizon, the air hung thick with tension, a heaviness that whispered of destiny. Soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder, hearts pounding in unison, each man grappling with the weight of what lay ahead. It was dawn, the sun a hesitant ball of fire on the horizon, casting long shadows across the field where history would soon unfold. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, a silence that spoke louder than any battle cry. Each warrior sensed it. This was the moment that would define them, and perhaps their very souls. In the distance, a faint rumble began to rise, like the growl of a beast awakening from slumber. It grew louder, the sound of marching feet, the clank of metal, and the rustle of banners snapping in the wind. The armies converged, drawn together by an invisible force, a gravitational pull, pulling them toward the center of conflict. On one side stood the resolute, clad in their gleaming armor, a kaleidoscope of colors reflecting the morning light. On the other, the determined, their faces etched with grit and resolve, carrying the weight of their homeland's hopes on their shoulders. As the two forces drew closer, the air crackled with anticipation. Each soldier's grip tightened around their weapons, knuckles turning white as the reality of battle settled upon them. Just a few breaths away, they were no longer just men. They were living symbols of ambition, honor, and wrath. Memories of loved ones flooded their minds, wives waving goodbye, children's laughter echoing in their hearts. Among them, the tales of valor and sacrifice spun a rich tapestry of what it meant to fight. But now they stood on the brink of turning those tales into reality. The first shout shattered the silence, a roar, primal roar, that erupted from the throat of a commander, lifting the spirits of his men. "For glory!" he bellowed, his voice a clarion call that echoed across the field, sending shivers through every soldier present. It coursed through the ranks, igniting a fire that had been waiting to explode. The answer came in a wave, a chorus of voices rising up, drowning out fear and uncertainty. "For glory!" they cried, a collective declaration that propelled them forward into the maw of chaos. Then it happened, the clash of steel against steel, a cacophony that rang like thunder. The first strike of swords pierced the morning air, followed by the guttural cries of men locked in combat. The ground trembled beneath the weight of thousands as they surged forward, a chaotic dance of life and death. Bodies collided, and the battle became a living, breathing entity, an uproar that could silence the earth itself. In the heart of the fray, emotions surged like a tidal wave. A young soldier, barely out of his teens, found himself face to face with an enemy warrior. Their eyes locked, and in that fleeting moment, the world around them faded. The sounds of battle dulled, the chaos paused. It was not just a fight, it was a test of wills, a clash of convictions. With a swift motion, the young man struck, feeling the weight of his family's legacy behind each swing. He fought, not just for himself, but for the dreams that had been woven into his spirit. He could almost hear his father's voice, urging him to stand tall, to honor the bloodline with every drop of courage. But fate is rarely kind. The enemy countered with a ferocity born of desperation, and in an instant, the young soldier was sent sprawling to the ground, the air knocked from his lungs. As he gasped for breath, the earth beneath him became a mosaic of struggle and survival. Around him, men fell, some with silent resignation, others with thunderous cries that echoed into the void. Each life extinguished added another weight to the collective heart of the army, a reminder of what they stood to lose. As the battle raged, the sun continued its ascent, casting harsh light on the horrors unfolding. Blood soaked the earth, turning the once green field into a grim tapestry of red. It mingled with the cries of the wounded, the shouts of the living, and the lamentations of the dying. Each sound melded into a dirge, a haunting melody of valiant attempts to seize victory at the hands of fate. Soldiers fought not just for glory, but for survival, each thrust of a sword fueled by a primal instinct that reverberated through their very cores. Amidst the chaos, a commander stood unwavering, his presence a beacon of strength. He moved like a storm, striking down foes with precision, his mind a whirlwind of strategy and instinct. But even he felt the weight of despair creeping in. Each fallen soldier, each retreating comrade sent his heart plummeting into darkness. The line between triumph and tragedy blurred with every passing moment, and he realized that this wasn't just a battle for land, it was a battle for the souls of the men who followed him, who believed in his vision, in a future they hadn't yet seen. The tide began to shift as a rallying cry erupted from the distance. Reinforcements surged onto the battlefield, their arrival like a fresh gust of wind against a raging storm. Hope ignited in the hearts of the weary, a spark that coursed through the ranks. But with every moment of hope came the weight of anguish, a reminder that victory was never guaranteed. Each soldier knew that behind them, lives hung in the balance, families waiting for news, hearts praying for safe returns. The thought of leaving those they loved behind haunted them like shadows in the night. As the clash persisted, the ground grew slick beneath their feet, a grim testament to the ferocity of their struggle. Each breath became a battle of its own. The air was thick with the scent of sweat, blood, and smoke, a reminder that war was as much a fight of the spirit as it was of the body. Fear and courage intertwined, creating a tapestry of emotions that played out in every soldier's heart. And, in that moment, as the sun climbed higher and the cries of battle echoed across the plains, the first hints of dawn's promise began to fade. The armies, resolute and defiant, were locked in a struggle that was far more than mere conflict. It was a testament to the human spirit, a reflection of dreams, ambitions, and the relentless quest for meaning in a world that often felt devoid of it. Each clash, each cry, each heartbeat echoed into the void, leaving a mark that would forever change the lives of those who fought. The air was thick with the stench of sweat and smoke, the distant echoes of war drums pounding like a relentless heartbeat in the background. Soldiers, faces smeared with dirt, clutched their weapons tightly, their eyes reflecting both terror and unyielding resolve. It was in this moment, suspended between fear and bravery, that the story of the battle would shift dramatically, altering the fate of many. As the sun began to set behind the smoky horizon, bathing the battlefield in an orange glow, a commander spotted a flicker of movement in the distance. His heart raced as he recognized the advancing enemy, their banners flapping like ominous storm clouds. This was one of those pivotal moments, a turning point that would redefine the course of the conflict. The soldiers, weary but determined, exchanged glances. They knew that the next few minutes could change everything. Just as the first arrows flew, a deafening roar erupted from the ranks of the defenders. It was a sound that rose above the clamor of war, a surge of collective strength. At that very moment, a brave soldier, barely more than a boy, charged forward, igniting a spark of hope in the hearts of his comrades. His bravery was contagious, and one by one, the men followed his lead, breaking through the shackles of fear. The tide began to turn. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the rocky outcroppings, a skilled archer took aim, his fingers steady despite the chaos around him. With precision, he loosed an arrow that found its mark, an enemy general who had been orchestrating the attack from a distance. As the general fell, a profound silence washed over the battlefield, as if time itself paused to acknowledge the weight of that moment. The enemy, once so confident, faltered, uncertainty creeping into their ranks. The crackle of gunpowder punctuated the air as cannons boomed, shaking the very ground beneath the soldiers' feet. Each blast felt like the heartbeat of the battle, each explosion a reminder of the stakes involved. With every round fired, the defenders felt a flicker of hope ignite within them. They could see the enemy's formation break, could sense the fear creeping back into their hearts. It was the kind of moment that made legends: one man's bravery, one shot fired at the right time, and suddenly the balance shifted. Just when it seemed the tide was turning, a fresh battalion of enemy reinforcements surged onto the field. Their arrival was like a cold wave crashing against the warmth of a fire, and for a moment, despair threatened to engulf the defenders. But then a leader, a figure of undeniable presence, rallied his troops with a speech that cut through the fog of fear. "This is our land. We fight for our families, our homes." His voice rose above the din, a clarion call that struck chords deep within each soldier's heart. The rallying cry breathed life back into the weary defenders, and they surged forward, renewed with purpose. As they clashed with the enemy, the sound of metal on metal rang out, a symphony of chaos that echoed across the battlefield. Each swing of a sword, each thrust of a spear was laced with desperation and hope. A young soldier, clutching a bloodied weapon, caught the eye of his friend who lay wounded nearby. In that moment, a decision was made. He would not let his brother fall. Through the turmoil, he fought his way back to his friend, lifting him onto his shoulders and carrying him to safety, embodying the spirit of sacrifice that defined this critical turning point. In the thick of battle, a soldier spotted a small group of enemy combatants attempting to flank their positions. Without hesitation, he dashed towards them, fueled by the voices of his fallen comrades whispering in his ear. It was a moment of stark clarity. a realization that this was more than a fight for ground. It was a fight for honor, for the memory of those who had laid down their lives. With each enemy he took down, he felt the weight of their collective history upon him, urging him onward. The atmosphere was charged with electricity as another turning point unfolded. A misfire from the enemy artillery sent a cannonball crashing into their own ranks, creating chaos among their forces. This unexpected twist sent ripples of confusion through the enemy lines, and the defenders seized the opportunity. The tide was shifting once more, and every soldier felt it, the exhilaration of possibility coursing through their veins, a powerful reminder that victory was still within reach. As night began to fall, casting long shadows over the blood-soaked ground, the final moments of the battle unfolded with raw intensity. The defenders, emboldened by earlier victories, pressed forward, their voices unified in a battle cry that reverberated through the cold night air. They fought not just for survival, but for every life that hung in the balance, for every dream that could still be realized if they emerged victorious. Their hearts beat as one, each one driven by the same longing for freedom. And then, amidst the chaos, a figure emerged from the smoke, the legendary commander whose name would be whispered in awe for generations. With a rallying cry that echoed through the night, he charged forward, leading the final push against the enemy. His presence became a beacon of hope, igniting the spirits of the weary defenders. They surged behind him, a wave of humanity laboring under the weight of their shared purpose. The battle raged on, each moment heavy with meaning, each decision rippling through time. As dawn's first light broke over the horizon, illuminating the bloodied ground, the outcome remained uncertain. But one thing was clear: the indomitable spirit of the defenders had transformed the battlefield into a testament of courage, and the tide of history was poised to change. With the echoes of the battle still ringing, the story was far from over. The threads of fate continued to weave a tapestry that would connect the past with the future, each moment leading into the next, unearthing a saga that would resonate through time. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden glow over the dusty plains of ancient Greece. A restless wind whispered tales of glory and despair, stirring the anticipation in the hearts of soldiers assembled for battle. They stood shoulder to shoulder, their armor glinting in the fading light, a wall of bronze that promised both strength and unity. This was the hoplite phalanx, a formation born not just from tactics, but from the very essence of Greek identity. As the horns sounded the call to arms, the hoplites tightened their grips on their shields, the heavy wood and bronze pressing comfortably against their bodies. Each soldier stood in a tight formation, their shields overlapping, creating an impenetrable barrier. This wasn't merely a strategy. It was a brotherhood forged in the heat of combat, a living testament to their collective will. Hoplites were not just warriors, they were citizens who fought for their city-states, driven by loyalty and honor. With a shared breath, they advanced, the rhythm of their footsteps echoing like the heartbeat of a single entity. The phalanx moved as one, each warrior instinctively knowing his place, each shield a piece of a larger puzzle. The discipline was palpable. The air crackled with a mix of fear and excitement. A storm was brewing, and it was their duty to stand against it. As they approached the enemy lines, the atmosphere shifted, thick with tension. The opposing force loomed ahead, a chaotic mass of men, but to the hoplites, they were merely a target, ready to be met with unyielding force. The first clash was thunderous. Steel met steel as the phalanx engaged, the sound echoing across the battlefield like a war cry. The shields held firm, and the warriors pushed forward, their spears thrusting out from behind the protective wall. This was the strength of the hoplite phalanx, the ability to deliver a powerful, coordinated attack while remaining shielded. Each thrust was deliberate, driven not just by anger, but by the weight of responsibility they carried for their city and comrades. As they fought, the formation began to shift. The hoplites pressed forward, refusing to give ground. In this tightly knit unit, each soldier's success hinged on the man beside him. They fought not as individuals seeking personal glory, but as parts of a greater whole. When one man fell, two more filled his place, a testament to their unwavering determination. This was the beauty of the phalanx. It thrived on unity resilience, and the shared desire to defend their homes. But the battle wasn't without its challenges. As the enemy pushed back, the cohesion of the phalanx was tested. A gap appeared, a moment of vulnerability that could spell disaster. Panic threatened to creep in, but the hoplites drew strength from each other. With a fierce roar, they surged as one, closing the gap, their shields touching once again, a fortress of resolve. The enemy could see the determination in their eyes, could feel the unyielding spirit that coursed through the ranks. It was more than a formation, it was a living symbol of defiance. Amidst the clash of steel and the cries of men, the hoplite phalanx became a dance of death. The coordinated movements of the soldiers created a mesmerizing rhythm, a deadly ballet that captivated even those who watched from the sidelines. But there was no time for reflection, no moment to savor the artistry of their formation. Every second counted. Lives were lost with each heartbeat, and the stakes were higher than ever. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the battlefield transformed into a canvas of chaos. Blood mingled with the dirt, and the cries of the wounded pierced the air. Yet, within the heart of the phalanx, there remained an unwavering spirit. Each soldier recalled the faces of their loved ones back home, the soft laughter of children, the warm embrace of family. They fought not just with weapons, but with memories, with dreams of a future that rested on their shoulders. The enemy began to falter, the weight of the hoplite phalanx proving too much to bear. One by one they broke ranks, their resolve crumbling under the relentless pressure. The hoplites pressed on, the wall of shields advancing steadily, a tide of determination that swept over the battlefield. With every step forward, the cries of victory began to resonate, echoing through the air like a distant promise. But victory was never guaranteed, and the hoplites knew that it came at a steep price. As they pushed deeper into enemy territory, they could feel the fatigue settling in, muscles straining, breath coming in ragged gasps. The weight of their armor felt heavier, their shields like leaden weights. Yet, with every ounce of energy they had left, they pressed on, compelled by an almost primal instinct to protect what was theirs. In that moment, surrounded by chaos, they were neither just soldiers nor mere men. They transformed into something greater, defenders of their homes, guardians of their legacy. The phalanx wasn't just a tactic, it was a promise to stand together, to fight together, to triumph together or die trying. As the enemy began to retreat, breaking under the relentless advance of the phalanx, the soldiers formed a chorus of shouts, a symphony of victory ringing through the air. But even in their triumph, they remained wary. The beauty of the hoplite phalanx lay not just in its strength, but in the lessons learned from every clash, every moment of despair. Each battle forged an unbreakable bond between the men, one that transcended the battlefield and echoed through time, establishing a legacy that would be felt for generations to come. As the dust began to settle, the hoplites stood tall, their hearts pounding with adrenaline, the thrill of battle coursing through their veins. The fight was not over, it was merely the beginning of an endless cycle of war and peace, glory and sacrifice. And in that moment, they understood that they were part of something far greater than themselves, a tradition that would shape the very fabric of history, a legacy born from the blood and sweat of countless warriors united in battle. And so the scene shifted, the battlefield fading into whispers. As they prepared for the next challenge, their hearts aflame with the knowledge that the true fight for their legacy was always just around the corner. The sun may have set on that day, but the spirit of the phalanx would rise again, ready for whatever lay ahead. The thunderous roar of cannon fire echoed across the valley, shaking the very earth beneath the soldiers' feet. Smoke swirled in the air, thick and suffocating, as men fought for their lives, driven by fear and the primal urge to survive. In this chaos, a figure stood tall, his uniform tattered but his resolve unbroken. General Robert E. Lee, a man of unwavering faith and fierce loyalty, scanned the battlefield with sharp eyes that had seen more than their share of death and destruction. Leadership in battle is more than simply giving orders. It's the heartbeat of an army, the pulse that drives men toward glory or doom. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting an orange hue over the chaos, Lee shouted commands that pierced through the din, his voice a rallying cry for those who followed him. His presence was magnetic, drawing weary soldiers toward him like moths to a flame. Each word he spoke carried the weight of their hopes and dreams, their families waiting for them back home. and the legacy they sought to build. But leadership in battle is also a fragile thing. It can flicker like the flame of a candle in a storm, threatened by doubt and fear. Colonel Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain, standing atop Little Round Top at Gettysburg, faced a tide of Confederate soldiers charging up the hill. His men were weary, their faces drawn, and eyes filled with terror. With a heart pounding as loudly as the gunfire, Chamberlain made a split-second decision that would echo through history. "Fix bayonets," he cried, rallying his men to stand firm, to fight against insurmountable odds. In that moment, he transformed despair into determination, igniting a fire within their souls that would drive them to victory. Across the field, in the chaos of the Battle of Waterloo, Duke of Wellington stood resolute, surveying the mass of enemy troops before him. His brow furrowed, but a calmness enveloped him like an iron cloak. Here was a leader who understood that the strength of the army lay not just in numbers, but in unwavering faith and clear direction. As the French cavalry charged, Wellington's heart raced. He had to act swiftly. "Form squares," he commanded, his voice slicing through the noise, steady and firm. The troops responded as one, a synchronized movement born of trust and respect for their leader. In that crucial moment, Wellington demonstrated that a leader's courage can turn the tide of battle. But courage alone is not enough. The bonds between a commander and his soldiers can be a fierce armor in the face of impending doom. As the troops of the 442nd Regimental Combat Team, made up of Japanese Americans during World War II, advanced into the fray in Italy, they fought not just for their country, but for each other, driven by a shared identity that transcended the battlefield. Their commander, Colonel Charles W. Pence, led with compassion, understanding the heavy burden they carried. "You fight for each other," he told them, "and together you will triumph." His belief in them fueled their fight, and they pressed forward with a fervor that shook the very ground they stood on, capturing the town of Suvareto against all odds. In stark contrast, the chilling specter of poor leadership can unravel even the strongest men. On the ill-fated day at Custer's last stand, General George Armstrong Custer exhibited reckless bravado that would doom his men. Surrounded by the Sioux and Cheyenne warriors, Custer failed to adapt to the reality of his situation. His bravado turned to desperation as his forces were flanked and overwhelmed. The cries of his soldiers echoed in the valley, a haunting reminder of the consequences of a leader out of touch with the men he commanded. In those final moments, leadership faltered, and the echoes of defeat rang louder than the gunfire. Back in the trenches of World War I, during the Battle of the Somme, the cold, damp air was thick with tension and despair. Lieutenant Wilfred Owen, a poet-turned-soldier, penned words reflecting the agony of war. Yet it was his leadership that inspired his men. With a voice full of empathy, he shared the burden of their fears, acknowledging the weight of their shared humanity, even amidst the brutality. "We are not just numbers," he told them, instilling hope where there was none. That understanding and connection deepened their resolve, transforming the grim reality of war into a fight for each other's lives. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows over the battlefield, the emotional toll of leadership became even clearer. Generals and soldiers alike bore the scars of their decisions, the weight of their choices etched into their hearts. At the Battle of Stalingrad, General Vasily Chuikov stood amidst the rubble, directing his men with a fierce determination that shook the very ground they fought on. He wasn't just a commander, he was a beacon of hope. "Hold this ground," he demanded, his voice fierce yet dripping with the urgency of survival. His men, battered yet unbroken, responded with a fierce loyalty that turned the tide against the Germans, cementing their place in history. The flickering flames of courage and fear created a tapestry of emotions that colored every battle. With every command issued and every sacrifice made, the invisible thread of leadership bound together the fates of those who fought. A leader's heart beat in time with the soldiers, each life intertwined in the shared struggle, a web of humanity woven in the strife of war. In those desperate moments, the power of leadership was not just in the orders given, but in the lives lived, each heartbeat echoing the promise of resilience, the drive to overcome the impossible. In the midst of the chaos, a leader's vision becomes clear: to inspire, to protect, and to lead with an unwavering spirit. The air crackled with anticipation, and the shadows of history loomed large, ready to embrace the stories still waiting to be told. of those who would rise to the occasion or falter under the weight of their own decisions. Each battle was a chapter, every leader a protagonist in the unfolding saga of humanity, where courage illuminated even the darkest corners of despair. The sun continued to sink below the horizon, a prelude to the battles yet to come, and the echoes of a world at war remained. Heavy with promise and peril, the sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the vast plains of ancient Persia. As the warm breeze whispered through the grass, a thunderous sound echoed from the horizon, hooves pounding against the earth, a symphony of power and grace. The Persian cavalry emerged like a tempest, a magnificent sight that struck awe into the hearts of friend and foe alike. Each rider, clad in shimmering armor that gleamed like the sun, sat astride a powerful steed, a creature forged from the very essence of the land. The air crackled with anticipation, for the Persian cavalry was not merely a military force. It was the embodiment of Persian might and culture, a living testament to the artistry of war. With every galloping stride, these horsemen carved their legacy into the soil of history. They had mastered the art of the cavalry, a ballet of speed, strategy, and strength that would echo through time. The elite of the elite, they were not only warriors, they were messengers, scouts, and the backbone of the Persian Empire. Their significance transcended the battlefield. They forged connections between distant lands, united tribes under a single banner, and spread the innovative ideas of Persian culture across vast territories. But it wasn't just their skill that made the cavalry so remarkable. It was the bond between horse and rider, an unbreakable connection that spoke of trust and companionship. Each rider was trained from a young age, taught to read the subtle shifts in their horse's mood, to anticipate its needs as if it were an extension of their very soul. Together they moved like a single entity, a whirlwind of strength and agility, capable of outmaneuvering larger forces. The gallant cavalry were the swift arrows in the quiver of the Persian military, striking with precision and speed that left enemies trembling. On the battlefield, chaos reigned. Clashing swords and the cries of men filled the air, but in the midst of the turmoil, the cavalry danced like shadows. They flanked their opponents, cutting through enemy lines with a fluidity that seemed almost surreal. Their war cries echoed like thunder rolling across the hills, a fearsome sound that sent chills down the spines of those who heard it. In one vivid moment, a commander raised his sword high, his cavalry charging behind him. The ground trembled as they surged forward, a wall of strength that could not be stopped. Yet it was not only the might of their charge that defined the Persian cavalry, it was their strategic brilliance. Time and again, they outsmarted their foes, employing tactics that would become the envy of armies for generations to come. Horses would faint, drawing the enemy in, only to pivot at the last moment, allowing the cavalry to strike from the sides or the rear. In this dance of war, they were the maestros, orchestrating chaos into harmony, turning potential defeat into resounding victory. The art of cavalry warfare was not limited to brute force. It demanded intellect and creativity. Persian cavalrymen were scholars of warfare, studying the landscape, the weather, and the very psychology of their enemies. They adapted to changing circumstances, learning to utilize the terrain to their advantage, hiding in the shadows of mountains, ambushing unsuspecting foes at twilight. When shadows danced and hearts raced with fear, they became legends, not only for their ferocity but for their cunning, their ability to turn the tide of battle with mere whispers of strategy. And yet, beneath the armor and the glory, there was humanity, the bonds of brotherhood forged through shared struggle and sacrifice. They laughed together by the campfires, shared stories of valor that would echo long after they were gone, and consoled each other through the sorrows of war. Each loss was felt deeply, each victory celebrated with fervor. The cavalry was a family bound not just by blood, but by the shared experience of fighting for a greater cause. In the wake of battle, as the dust settled and silence fell, the significance of the Persian cavalry became crystal clear. They were not just the warriors of a great empire, they were the heart of a civilization, carrying the dreams and aspirations of a people upon their swift horses. They bridged gaps between cultures, their presence a harbinger of the prosperity and richness that Persian rule promised. The stories of their bravery reached far beyond the dusty plains where they fought. They became symbols of hope and resilience in the hearts of those who witnessed their might. Villagers spoke of the cavalrymen with a mix of reverence and admiration, their tales woven into the fabric of local folklore, where every rider was a hero, every horse a noble steed. But the world was changing, and as empires rose and fell, the cavalry faced new challenges. New tactics emerged, and the very landscape of warfare began to evolve. The Persian cavalry, once unbeatable, found itself at a crossroads. Would they adapt? Would they endure the test of time? Or would they fade into the annals of history, a beautiful memory of a bygone era? As the shadows lengthened with the setting sun, questions hung in the air, questions that would shape the fate of a people, a civilization, a way of life. The significance of the Persian cavalry was not just in their past victories, but in their potential for the future. With every galloping hoofbeat, every clash of metal, they carried with them the weight of history, the promise of tomorrow, and the unquenchable spirit of a people who would not go quietly into the night. The saga was far from over. It was merely a chapter in a grand tale waiting to be written anew. A single moment can change the course of history, and on that fateful day in 490 BCE, the air was thick with anticipation and dread. The sun hung high in the sky over the plain of Marathon, illuminating the faces of soldiers who were more than mere warriors. They were the embodiment of a city's spirit. They stood shoulder to shoulder, their hearts beating as one, ready to defend their home against a formidable enemy. The Persian army loomed in the distance, a vast sea of men, armor glinting like 1,000 stars, each one a reminder of the stakes at hand. As the Athenians waited, their breath came in quick, nervous gasps. The thumping of their hearts echoed in their ears, drowning out the distant clamor of the Persian host. Each Athenian soldier felt the weight of their ancestors on their shoulders. They were not just fighting for their lives, they were fighting for their freedom, for a democracy that had just begun to take root. The air crackled with energy and fear, a silent acknowledgement that they were outnumbered and outmatched. But beneath that tension was something else, a flicker of hope, an unquenchable fire that drove them forward. The Athenians had something the Persians did not, the element of surprise. They had practiced with relentless determination, honing their tactics to not only meet the enemy, but to astonish them. They knew what was coming, and they were ready to unleash their fury like a thunderstorm breaking over a parched land. Then a sharp signal pierced the air, a trumpet blared, cutting through the stillness like a bolt of lightning. It was time. The Athenians surged forward, a wave of men moving as one. The ground trembled beneath their feet, the sound of their feet pounding the earth, a drumbeat of war. It was a charge, fast, fierce, and unstoppable. They raced towards the Persian lines, driven by the primal instinct to fight for survival. The Persian generals underestimated them, believing the Greeks would falter before their might. But the Athenians had trained for this moment, and they harnessed every ounce of speed and surprise. Their discipline shone like polished bronze in the sunlight, their formation perfect, their resolve unshakable. As they closed in, the Athenians became a blur of motion, a whirlwind of energy that caught the enemy off guard. The first clash was explosive. Metal met metal with a deafening clang, the air filled with shouts of anger and fear. The Athenians thrust their spears forward, their faces fierce and determined. They fought like lions, driven by the will of a city that depended on them. Each warrior felt the presence of their comrades surrounding them, a protective circle that emboldened them further. In that chaos, friendships were forged in the heat of battle, bonds that would last a lifetime. Amidst the chaos, a soldier named Callias felt the fear wash over him like a cold tide. He had never fought in a battle before, and the sight of the Persian phalanx was daunting. But then he remembered the faces of his family, the laughter of his children, the vibrant life of Athens that hung in the balance. He gritted his teeth, his resolve solidifying like iron. With a fierce battle cry, he plunged into the fray, feeling the adrenaline surge through his veins as he fought shoulder to shoulder with his brothers in arms. The Persians, caught off guard, faltered. Their ranks wavered, the once formidable wall of men beginning to crack. The Athenians pressed on, relentless like the ocean waves crashing against the shore. They capitalized on the element of surprise, their speed and agility becoming their greatest weapons. Every thrust of a spear, every swing of a sword, was met with a roar of triumph from the Athenian lines. The tide was turning, and with each passing moment, they felt the winds of victory shift in their favor. But the battle was far from over. As they fought, the Athenians could see the Persian lines regrouping, the enemy rallying with a ferocity that sent chills down their spines. They knew the moment of surprise would not last forever. They had to act swiftly and decisively. The air around them buzzed with urgency. Callias pushed deeper into the melee, his heart racing as he faced an enemy warrior. Time seemed to slow as they locked eyes, two men caught in a swirling storm of fate. With a swift motion, he dodged the Persian's blade, countering with a strike that sent his opponent sprawling to the ground. A sense of exhilaration coursed through him, but it was short-lived. The sounds of battle were mingled with cries of pain, the cries of men who had fallen, echoing in his ears. Fear and determination waged war within him, but he pressed on, inspired by the bravery of those fighting around him. The Athenian charge was more than just a tactic. It was a testament to their spirit. They moved with speed that was almost otherworldly, weaving through the chaos in a deadly dance. The sun shone down upon them, casting long shadows on the ground as they pushed forward, their resolve igniting like kindling in the face of a raging fire. As the battle raged on, the dust rose in thick clouds around them, obscuring vision and mingling with the cries of the fallen. Each Athenian soldier fought not just for himself, but for the legacy of their people, for the hope that tomorrow would dawn with the light of freedom. They were driven by an unyielding desire to protect what they held dear, and with every heartbeat they forged their destiny. But the Persians were not ready to concede. Regrouping and rallying, they pushed back against the relentless Athenian charge. The ground beneath them quaked with the fury of battle, both sides clashing in a brutal contest of wills. Each time the Athenians surged, they faced the wall of Persian resolve, but they were undeterred. They could feel their momentum building, the collective spirit of their city propelling them forward. And in that moment, as the sun began to dip toward the horizon, painting the sky in hues of red and gold, it was clear the battle was still unfolding. The air was thick with tension, and the sweet scent of sweat and determination, a potent mix that electrified their senses. The Athenians charged onward, embodying the very essence of their city, ready to face whatever came next. They knew that history was being written in the blood and bravery of men, and they were determined to leave their mark. The chilling wail of sirens still echoed through the city, mingling with the acrid smell of smoke and fear that hung in the air like a thick fog. Streets once bustling with life now lay empty, save for the scattered remnants of a world that had just been upended. Windows shattered like dreams, their jagged edges reflecting the chaotic dance of flames consuming buildings. In the aftermath of the initial assault, a haunting silence settled, broken only by the distant cries for help and the soft sobs of those left behind. Among the ruins stood Clara, her heart pounding in rhythm with the chaos around her. She had been at the market just hours before, her hands full of fresh produce, laughter spilling from her lips. Now, the very ground beneath her trembled with the weight of loss. She blinked, trying to clear the haze from her mind, but the images remained vivid and cruel. Friends and neighbors, faces she had known all her life, now mere shadows in her memory, replaced by the stark reality of destruction. As she walked through the remnants of her once vibrant community, Clara felt the weight of each step. The rubble crunched beneath her shoes, a cruel reminder of the lives that had been altered forever. A child's toy lay abandoned, its bright colors dulled by dust and ash. It was a simple thing, one that had once brought joy. Now it served as a grim reminder of innocence lost, of laughter silenced. Clara knelt to pick it up, her fingers trembling. What had happened to that child? Did they find safety, or were they forever lost in the chaos? Shouts erupted from nearby, pulling her from her thoughts. A group of survivors had gathered, their faces pale, eyes wide with disbelief. They spoke in hushed tones, sharing stories of loved ones who had not returned home. Each name that fell from their lips carried a weight that threatened to crush Clara's heart. The air thickened with unspoken grief, and she felt a shared bond among them, a fragile thread of humanity woven through their collective suffering. They were all victims, yet in their shared pain, they began to find strength. But the strength came at a cost. The city was a tapestry, frayed by fear and uncertainty. The authorities had mobilized, but their response felt slow, almost inadequate. As they sifted through the debris, rescuers called out, hoping against hope that someone might still be alive beneath the wreckage. Each shout echoed like a prayer, a desperate plea for salvation that sent shivers down Clara's spine. She wanted to help, to be part of the rescue, but fear gripped her, paralyzing her limbs. What could she do in the face of such overwhelming despair? The sounds of machinery filled the air as heavy equipment rumbled to life. It was a mechanical beast, tearing through the remnants of lives once lived, searching for the lost. Every crunch of metal on concrete sent waves of anxiety through Clara. She could see it in the faces of the workers, grim determination mixed with a flicker of dread. They were unearthing not just debris, but the fragments of people's lives, the echoes of laughter, the whispers of dreams. In the days that followed, the city transformed into a patchwork of makeshift shelters, where those who had lost everything sought refuge. Clara found herself drawn to one such shelter, a community center that had opened its doors wide. Inside, the atmosphere was heavy with quiet resilience. Families huddled together, sharing stories and food, finding solace in the company of others who understood their pain. It was there that Clara met Samuel, a man whose eyes held the same haunted look she saw in the mirror. Together they shared their stories, their hopes, and their fears. Yet, the question loomed over them like a dark cloud. How long could they carry this burden? The sun would rise and set, but the shadows of loss lingered. It was a strange paradox. The human spirit, capable of such warmth and kindness, was also weighed down by the scars of tragedy. As Clara and Samuel talked late into the night, the flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows on the walls, a reminder of the fragility of their newfound companionship. They were bound together not just by their shared grief, but by a fierce determination to rebuild, to remember those who had been lost. As days bled into weeks, Clara found herself volunteering at the shelter, distributing food and blankets, listening to the stories of others. Each shared moment was a reminder that pain could serve as a canvas for hope. Yet, with each face that passed through the door, Clara felt the burden growing heavier, a weight threatening to pull her under. It was easy for despair to creep in, to plant seeds of doubt and hopelessness. But in that shelter, laughter occasionally broke through the gloom, a fragile reminder that life endured, even amid ruin. The outside world felt distant, as if the assault had carved a chasm between the survivors and the rest of the city. News reports filtered through, but the stories felt hollow, stripped of the humanity that Clara witnessed daily. She clung to the stories of resilience that blossomed within the shelter. An elderly woman who found the strength to bake bread despite the ashes of her former life, or a young girl who played games with her friends, laughter mingling with tears. Clara learned that grief and joy could coexist, that even in the darkest moments, flickers of light could emerge. Yet, as the days turned into a blur of compassion and sorrow, a sense of urgency grew. The city needed not just to heal, but to reclaim the vibrancy that had been stolen in a single moment. And while Clara and the others worked tirelessly to support one another, a question loomed larger than ever. How could they rise from the ashes of their shattered world? The answer felt just out of reach, an elusive whisper carried on the wind, as the city began to stir with the promise of resilience, waiting for the right moment to ignite a fire within. The battlefield lay silent, a haunting stillness settling over the scarred earth. Ghostly whispers of the fallen mingled with the rustling wind, creating a symphony of sorrow and regret. In this desolate expanse, where once brave souls stood firm with fire in their hearts, the echoes of gunfire and cries of anguish faded into a palpable, suffocating grief. This was the aftermath of conflict, a place where hope collided with despair, leaving behind a tapestry of lives forever altered. On one side, the soldiers of a proud nation marched forward, filled with dreams of glory and the promise of a better future. They were not just numbers. Each man carried his own story, dreams of love, aspirations of adventure, and the promise to protect their homeland. But as the dust settled, the reality of loss revealed itself in harrowing clarity. The casualty figures soared, a grim tally that told the tale of shattered lives and the anguish of mothers waiting for sons who would never return. The weight of those numbers pressed heavily on the hearts of families, turning pride into an unbearable sorrow. Across the front lines, the opposing forces stood resolute, their own tales of courage entwined with the same tragic narrative. Each soldier, too, was a son, a brother, a husband. They fought for their beliefs, driven by a sense of duty and unwavering loyalty. Yet, as the blood-soaked ground bore witness to their sacrifices, the toll became staggering. With each life lost, a piece of their collective spirit faded away, leaving behind a haunting void that seemed impossible to fill. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting a golden glow over the battlefield, the numbers began to tell a story of their own. In the quiet shadows, historians pieced together the fragments of lives lost, uncovering a tapestry woven with both triumph and tragedy. Each count echoed a name, a face, a heartbeat that once resonated with hope. The grim statistics came alive in the hearts of those who remained, transforming abstract figures into a poignant reminder of humanity's fragility. The reports, filled with chilling precision, spoke of thousands fallen. Each digit was a life extinguished, a promise unfulfilled. In hushed tones, figures emerged, men who had laughed, loved, and dreamed, now reduced to mere statistics. The casualty lists spread like wildfire, igniting a flame of grief that reached into the very souls of the living. Families, once vibrant with laughter, now bore the weight of their loss, grappling with the haunting silence that followed. Yet amid the sorrow, the stories of resilience flickered like candlelight in the darkness. Survivors, marked by their experiences, gathered together to share their scars, both visible and invisible. They spoke of comrades who had stood by their sides, heroes who had fallen in the line of duty, their sacrifice etched deeply into the fabric of memory. Through the haze of pain, they found solace in remembrance, clinging to the stories that kept their spirits alive. In the quiet corners of towns far from the battlefield, the numbers began to take on new meanings. Each community faced its own reckoning. The loss of a father, a son, a friend, was not just a number in a report, it was a gaping hole in the lives of those left behind. Houses once filled with laughter and warmth now echoed with despair, the absence of their loved ones casting long shadows over everyday life. Grief became a shared language, a bond that united them in their sorrow. As the casualty figures climbed, so did the tension on both sides. Mothers penned letters to their sons, filled with love and longing, while soldiers painted images of home in their minds, each stroke a reminder of what they were fighting for. But in the chaos of war, the enemy was not just the opposing force, it was also the creeping anxiety of loss. Each battle fought brought them closer to the line that separated life from death, hope from despair. The emotional landscape of the battlefield transformed into a tapestry of human experience, interwoven with pain, sacrifice, and the unyielding strength to carry on. The casualty figures, often regarded as mere statistics, began to symbolize something far greater. They represented the universal struggle against the darkness, the fight for a brighter tomorrow. Even in the face of unbearable odds, in dimly lit rooms, filled with the soft glow of candlelight, families gathered, clutching photographs of their lost loved ones. The walls bore witness to their stories, a gallery of dreams extinguished too soon. Each face told a tale of laughter, love, and the unbreakable bonds that no war could sever. Even in the depths of their sorrow, those left behind found a flicker of hope, ignited by the memories that danced in their hearts, memories that refused to fade, even in the shadow of grief. As reports continued to roll in, the figures morphed into something deeper, becoming not just a record of loss, but a poignant reminder of resilience. On both sides of the divide, the fight was not merely for land, but for the very essence of life itself. The battlefield, once a realm of chaos, transformed into a sacred ground where every name mattered, where every life lost was a pulse in the heartbeat of humanity. With every passing day, the casualty figures became a rallying cry, a reminder of the price of war and the fragility of peace. The horror of loss united hearts across borders, igniting a shared understanding of the pain endured and the hope for a better future. As the flicker of candlelight illuminated the faces of the grieving, a silent promise emerged, never to forget the stories behind the numbers, never to let the sacrifices of the brave fade into obscurity. In this ongoing saga of loss and resilience, the names of the fallen became immortalized, intertwining with the very fabric of history. The world watched as the casualty figures continued to climb, each number a testament to the indomitable spirit of those who dared to dream, even in the face of unimaginable despair. And as the sun set over the battlefield once more, casting long shadows over the memories and the losses, the story was far from over. It was only just beginning. The air crackled with tension as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the ancient stones of Delphi. A lone figure, cloaked in a tattered robe, made his way toward the temple, his heart pounding in rhythm with the fading light. He was not just a traveler, he was a seeker, hungry for answers whispered by the gods themselves. In his mind, the prophecy he had come to uncover shimmered like a mirage, both tantalizing and elusive. For centuries, the Greeks turned to oracles, believing that the divine could reveal the future through riddles and signs. It was here, in this sacred space, that the Pythia, the high priestess of Apollo, awaited with her cryptic messages. With every step, the traveler felt the weight of history, a tapestry woven with the threads of hopes, fears, and the relentless pursuit of understanding. The distant sound of a lyre filled the air, intertwining with the rustle of olive leaves, creating a haunting symphony that echoed through time. As the traveler approached the temple's entrance, he recalled the tales of those who came before him. Kings and commoners alike had knelt at this threshold, each seeking the favor of the gods. Alexander the Great had ventured here, eager for guidance before embarking on his conquest of the known world. The oracle had spoken, her voice trembling as she foretold his destiny. The ecstatic visions she experienced were said to be inspired by the god Apollo himself, and her words shaped the fates of empires. In the flickering torchlight, the traveler glimpsed the bronze plaque, engraved with the words, "Know thyself." It was a reminder that the path to divine favor began not merely with the gods, but within. His thoughts swirled like leaves caught in a tempest, and he took a deep breath, grounding himself in the moment. What omen awaited him? What oracle would speak the truth he so desperately sought? Inside the temple, the air grew heavy, infused with the scent of burning laurel leaves and the fervent prayers of those who had come before. The traveler watched as supplicants dropped small offerings at the altar, tokens of gratitude or pleas for insight. Each coin, each crafted figurine, held the weight of personal stories, hopes for prosperity, and fears of failure. The gods were not distant beings. They were intricately woven into the fabric of everyday life. The Pythia, draped in the wisps of thick smoke rising from the sacred fire, began her trance. With every inhalation, she drew closer to the divine, her eyes rolling back as she transcended the earthly realm. The air vibrated with anticipation, as if the very stones of the temple held their breath. The traveler felt a surge of energy, as if the walls were alive, pulsing with the heartbeat of the universe. He leaned closer, entranced, as she began to speak, her voice a melodic murmur that danced with the echoes of ancient tongues. "Beware the shadows of the past," she uttered, each word resonating with a weight that sent chills down his spine. "For what you seek shall reveal both light and darkness." He strained to understand the meaning behind her cryptic words, feeling both fear and hope intertwine in his chest. Was he prepared to confront the truth that lay in the shadows? The answer hung in the air, tantalizing yet terrifying. As the oracle's voice faded, the traveler felt the urgency of his quest rekindle. Outside, the sun had vanished, leaving a canopy of stars twinkling in the velvet sky. Each star seemed to pulse with possibility, as if the universe were alive with messages waiting to be deciphered. He pondered his choices. Would he heed the warning and turn back to safety? Or would he step boldly into the unknown, guided by signs from the gods? In that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept through the temple, extinguishing the flickering torches and plunging the room into darkness. Panic surged through him, but he steadied his breath, remembering the countless stories of divine intervention. It was said that omens often came wrapped in mystery, and perhaps this darkness was a signal, a call to action. He felt an urgent pull, an instinct that drove him beyond fear. Through the cloak of night, he stumbled outside, where the world seemed to shimmer with hidden meanings. The moon hung low, casting silver beams that illuminated the path ahead. Each step felt like a dance with destiny, a thread woven into the grand tapestry of fate. He recalled the tale of the Roman general Julius Caesar, whose life was altered by a simple omen, a bird in flight that signaled both fortune and peril. The gods were always watching, always ready to intervene. As he walked, he encountered a stray cat weaving through the shadows. Its eyes gleamed like polished emeralds, a sign of good fortune, or perhaps a trickster spirit. The traveler paused, feeling the weight of interpretation heavy on his shoulders. What did this encounter mean? Was it a gentle nudge from the divine, urging him forward, or a warning to tread carefully? His heart raced, thoughts swirling like leaves caught in a whirlwind. Each moment pulsed with potential, and he realized he was not just a passive observer. He was part of an intricate dance with fate. The air thickened with anticipation as he pressed on, searching for clarity in a world where the divine and mundane collided. And then, in the distance, a flicker of light caught his eye. It danced and swayed like a candle in the wind, beckoning him forward. The traveler felt an overwhelming urge to chase after it, drawn into the unknown. Was this the sign he had long awaited? A glimpse into the divine favor he sought? He surged ahead, heart pounding, with a mixture of dread and exhilaration, fully aware that the next moment could seal his fate, leading him deeper into the realm of the gods, where oracles and omens awaited. The sun dipped low over the horizon, casting long shadows across the battlefield, a stark reminder of the carnage that had unfolded. Only hours earlier, the air had been thick with the clash of weapons and the cries of men. Now, silence reigned, broken only by the distant sound of waves crashing against the rocky Athenian shore. It was a moment of uneasy calm, a fragile pause before the storm that was about to erupt anew. Athens had been pushed to the edge, the weight of despair heavy on its shoulders. The Persian forces, with their impressive numbers and relentless fervor, had swept through the region like a raging fire, leaving destruction in their wake. But within the hearts of the Athenians, a flicker of defiance remained, an ember waiting for a breath of wind to ignite it into a roaring flame. As night descended, that ember began to burn brighter. The generals gathered in a hastily assembled war room, their faces drawn and weary, each one a portrait of resolve, overshadowed by doubt. They knew that a retreat was not an option. It could spell the end for their beloved city. The air was thick with tension as they exchanged glances, unspoken thoughts swirling around like dark clouds. The strategies they had crafted during the day seemed to dim in the face of such adversity. Yet, from the depths of their uncertainty, a plan began to take shape. If they couldn't hold their ground, they would have to strike back, hard and fast. The first stars began to twinkle in the dusky sky, and with them came a sense of urgency. Men who had once stood shoulder to shoulder in fear now paced nervously, clutching their weapons as if they were lifelines. The command was issued. Tomorrow would not be a day of retreat, but a day of reckoning. They would counterattack under the veil of night, catching the Persians off guard, while they celebrated their temporary victory. As the moonlight seeped through the clouds, illuminating the faces of the warriors, a newfound determination washed over them. Each soldier, young and old, felt the weight of history pressing upon their shoulders. They were not just fighting for survival, they were fighting for their homes, their families, and their very way of life. A wave of emotion rippled through the ranks, uniting them in a bond forged through shared fear and unwavering hope. Dawn broke with a whisper, as if the world itself was holding its breath. The Athenians moved like shadows, shrouded in the early morning mist, their hearts pounding in rhythm with the distant drums of war. They navigated the rocky terrain, their breaths visible in the crisp air, a silent chorus of resolve echoing in the silence. In the stillness, they could hear the faint sounds of the Persian camp, a cacophony of laughter, a celebration of their supposed victory. Little did they know that the very ground beneath them would soon tremble with the force of Athenian vengeance. As the first rays of sunlight pierced the horizon, the Athenians surged forward like a tidal wave. The initial shock on the Persian faces was palpable, a brief moment of disbelief that turned swiftly into chaos. The Athenians, fueled by a righteous fury, fought with a ferocity that had been tempered by desperation. Swords clashed, shields splintered, and the air was filled with the raw sounds of battle. The cries of men, the thud of bodies hitting the ground, and the piercing war cries that echoed through the valley. Each Athenian fought not just for themselves, but for their fellow warriors. for the families they had left behind. Memories flashed through their minds: a child's laughter, a mother's embrace, the scent of bread baking at home. In those moments, every swing of a sword was infused with purpose, every step forward a pledge to protect what was theirs. It was a fight not merely for land, but for the very soul of Athens. The battle raged on, a tempest of emotion and rage. The Athenians, once cornered and fearful, became a whirlwind of movement, a blur of energy and determination. They darted between the trees, their feet pounding against the earth, their hearts beating as one. They could taste victory on the tip of their tongues, sweet and intoxicating, mingling with the metallic tang of blood and sweat. But the Persians, taken aback by the ferocity of the counterattack, quickly regrouped. Like a serpent coiling for a strike, they rallied their forces, their eyes narrowing with resolve. They had underestimated the spirit of the Athenians, and now it was their turn to retaliate. The clash of bronze against bronze erupted anew, a deafening symphony that reverberated across the battlefield. In the thick of it all stood an Athenian soldier named Lysander, a young man whose heart beat fiercely for his city. He fought with the fury of a man possessed, driven by the shadows of fear that had haunted him since the first clash. Each swing of his sword was a prayer for survival, a desperate plea to the gods for strength. He fought alongside his brothers, their bond unbreakable in the face of adversity. With every foe he felled, he felt a sense of vindication, a step closer to reclaiming their honor. But in the chaos, fate is often cruel. A Persian spear, sharp and unforgiving, found its mark. Lysander staggered, pain erupting through him like wildfire. For a fleeting moment, time slowed as he fell to the ground, the world spinning around him. The cries of his comrades faded into a distant echo, replaced by the pounding of his heart and the warmth of the sun above. He clutched the earth beneath him, struggling to hold on, to remain part of the fight. As his vision blurred, he could still see the battle unfolding around him. The tide was shifting, and with it came a surge of hope. The Athenians, fueled by the sacrifice of their fallen brothers, pushed harder. The cries of the wounded mingled with the battle cries, a haunting reminder of the price they had paid. The heart of Athens surged, unyielding and fierce, refusing to be extinguished. The ground shook, not just from the feet of warriors, but from the very essence of a city fighting back against despair. They were not just soldiers on a battlefield. They were the embodiment of resilience, a testament to the unbreakable spirit of a people who refused to submit. And as the sun rose higher, casting a golden hue over the carnage, the battle continued, a dance of life and death, hope and despair, as the Athenian counterattack surged forth like a tide ready to reclaim its shores. The wind howled across the barren fields, carrying with it the scent of wet earth and impending doom. Just beyond the hill, two armies prepared to clash, their warriors clad in armor that gleamed dully under the heavy gray sky. But this was not merely a contest of strength. The land itself would play a vital role in the fate of the men who gathered there. A single misstep, a moment of hesitation, and the outcome could be irrevocably altered. Throughout history, geography has shaped battles, altering destinies with the tilt of a hillside or the flow of a river. The Battle of Waterloo in 1815 is a testament to this truth. As the French forces, led by Napoleon Bonaparte, surged forward, the ground turned to muck beneath their feet. After a night of relentless rain, the mud clung to their boots, slowing their advance, while the British troops, positioned on the ridge, looked down upon their foes with the advantage of higher ground and solid footing. It was not just strategy that won that day, but the very earth itself conspired against the might of the French Empire. On the banks of the Seine, where the shadows of history loom large, the Battle of the Somme unfolded in the summer of 1916. The flat expanse of land, dotted with trenches, became a graveyard for tens of thousands of soldiers. Here, the geography carried the weight of sorrow, transforming picturesque fields into hellish landscapes. The seemingly endless stretches of earth offered little cover and even less respite. The meticulously planned attacks of the Allies met fierce resistance, the German machine guns raining death upon them from fortified positions. The land, once the backdrop for peaceful farming, now echoed with the cries of the wounded and the dying. As the sun set on the fields of Gettysburg, the rolling hills whispered tales of bravery and blood. In July 1863, this small town in Pennsylvania, became the site of a decisive turning point in the American Civil War. The Union forces, positioned atop Cemetery Ridge, held the high ground, their cannons thundering down upon the advancing Confederate troops, who were forced to march uphill, their path riddled with obstacles. As the smoke of gunpowder filled the air, the geography dictated their fate. Every rise and dip in the land mattered, and, as men fell, the earth beneath them absorbed their sacrifices. In the thick of the jungles of Vietnam, the landscape became both a friend and a foe. The dense foliage provided cover for Viet Cong soldiers, allowing them to strike swiftly and disappear into the underbrush. The American troops, trained for open combat, struggled to adapt. The geography of the war shifted the tide, turning technological superiority into vulnerability. The landscape was alive, almost sentient, as it swallowed the footsteps of soldiers and masked their intentions. Throughout the ages, the influence of rivers has been paramount. The Nile, winding and powerful, was the lifeblood of ancient Egypt, but also a formidable barrier against invaders. The Persian Empire, despite its might, hesitated at the banks of this sacred river. The geography molded not only the strategies of kings, but also the very histories of nations. The Zulu warriors of South Africa, armed with courage and native cunning, would charge across the plains. During the Battle of Isandlwana in 1879, their victory attributed as much to their knowledge of the land as to their fierce resolve. The British, caught unprepared, faltered against the terrain they failed to understand. Beyond the fields and rivers, the mountains played their own cruel game. The rugged peaks of Afghanistan became a graveyard for countless empires. The British, in their pursuit of control, found themselves ensnared within a landscape that favored the guerrilla tactics of the Afghan fighters. The towering cliffs offered hiding places, ambush points, and a sense of belonging to those who called the mountains home. The harsh conditions wore down the mightiest of soldiers, stripping away their determination, as if the mountains themselves conspired against them. And then there was the historical clash at Stalingrad, where the bitter cold of the Russian winter became a ruthless adversary. The city, with its crumbling buildings and narrow alleyways, turned into a battleground where every inch was fought over. The German forces, once unstoppable, found their resolve diminished against the unforgiving chill. The geography of urban war became a labyrinth of death, with snipers hidden among the ruins, and the city itself transforming into a weapon of resistance. Each battle cries out for recognition. Each landscape carries the weight of lives lost and dreams shattered. The stories of these wars are woven into the fabric of the earth, where mountains stand as silent witnesses to the folly of man, and rivers weep for the souls swept away in the currents of conflict. In these moments, geography is not merely a backdrop, but a character in its own right, influencing choices, shaping strategies, and ultimately deciding the fates of those who tread upon its surface. As night fell upon the battlefield, the air thick with sorrow and sweat, it was clear that these stories, embedded in every hill and valley, would forever echo through time. The very ground that bore the weight of their struggles would remember, whispering tales to those willing to listen. And as the stars began to twinkle above, the arena for the next great conflict awaited, a reminder that the landscape would always be both the stage and the arbiter of fate, forever entwined with the stories of those who dared to challenge it. In the early morning light, the streets of Athens were alive with purpose. The air hummed with the sounds of metal clashing against metal, the distant shouts of men preparing for battle. Each citizen, clad in armor that felt as heavy as their own hopes and fears, embodied an ancient truth. Freedom was not merely given, it was earned. These were not professional soldiers, but everyday men, farmers, artisans, fathers, brothers, called to defend their city with more than just weapons. They wielded their resolve like a shield. Among them was a man named Callias. His hands were rough from years of labor in the fields, yet today they gripped the hilt of a sword, a symbol of his commitment to Athens. As he stood amongst his fellow citizens, he felt the weight of their shared history, their ancestors who had fought and died to carve out a place for democracy in a world filled with tyranny. Callias' heart raced, not just from fear, but from the fierce pride of standing with his brothers, a fire igniting in their chests. They were bound by loyalty, a bond forged in the flames of shared sacrifice. Every man in that square had left something behind to answer the call to arms. Some had kissed their wives goodbye, their children clinging to their legs with tears in their eyes, not fully understanding the shadows that lay ahead. Each farewell was a silent promise to return, to protect, to defend the very values that made Athens a beacon of hope. The thought of their families pushed them forward, their hearts pounding with each steady beat as they awaited orders. Then came the moment, an urgent shout echoing through the ranks. The time had come to march. Callias felt a surge of adrenaline, a mixture of fear and determination, swirling within him. He looked at his comrades, faces hardened by the reality of their mission, but eyes sparkling with an unwavering resolve. They were not just soldiers, they were citizen soldiers, each fighting not for glory, but for the greater good of their city. Their bravery was an expression of their love for Athens, a city that had given them everything. As they advanced, the ground trembled beneath their feet, a reminder of the impending clash with the enemy. It wasn't just an external battle they faced. It was also an internal struggle, a clash of doubt and courage. Would they stand firm against the tide of fear? Would they hold their ground against the overwhelming force that sought to extinguish their flame? In that moment of uncertainty, Callias remembered the stories told by the fireside, tales of heroes who had laid down their lives for the greater good. He could almost hear the voice of his grandfather, recounting the glory of Marathon, where ordinary men had defied the Persian might. The courage of the past echoed around him like a rallying cry, a reminder that their fight was woven into the very fabric of Athenian identity. The battle unfolded, a chaotic symphony of clashing swords, the cries of men, the cries of the wounded. Each strike of metal against metal resonated with the hope of freedom, each fallen comrade a testament to the heights of sacrifice. Callias plunged into the fray, his heart pounding in rhythm with the pulse of battle. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and fear, but also with something more powerful, camaraderie. These were his brothers fighting beside him, their fates intertwined as they faced the darkness together. As the sun climbed high above, casting long shadows on the battlefield, victory and defeat danced perilously close. Each man fought not just for survival, but for the legacies of their families, the dreams of their children. When Callias caught sight of a fellow soldier, a young man named Lysander, who was fighting valiantly but outnumbered, a surge of instinct propelled him forward. He felt an irrepressible urge to protect, to shield this boy from the horrors that threatened to consume them both. "Lysander!" Callias shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos like a beacon. In that split second, time slowed. The boy turned, eyes wide with fear and determination. There was no time for hesitation. Callias lunged, his sword meeting the enemy, with a force that sent shockwaves through his body. The desperation of the moment fueled him, igniting a spark that pushed him to fight harder, to protect that flicker of hope embodied in the young soldier. In the midst of the chaos, there were fleeting moments of stillness. A glance exchanged between soldiers, a nod of understanding, a silent promise that they would not falter. Each man remembered the faces of those waiting for them back home. And that single thought became a powerful weapon against despair. As the battle raged on, the line between fear and bravery blurred. With every clash of swords, the spirit of Athens pulsed through them, urging them to fight, to resist. Callias felt the weight of history on his shoulders, a legacy of courage urging him forward. They were more than just soldiers, they were the embodiment of Athenian resolve. Yet, even as victory seemed within reach, the specter of loss loomed large. Callias witnessed firsthand the brutal cost of their struggle. Each fallen comrade was a heartache, a life snuffed out too soon. The battlefield became a tapestry of loss and bravery, woven together in a haunting dance of fate. But within that pain, there lay an unspoken bond, a connection that only those who faced such trials could understand. They fought not only for their lives, but for the memory of those who had already sacrificed everything. With the sun beginning to dip below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the land, the resolve of the Athenian citizen soldiers burned bright. Callias felt a swell of emotion in his chest as he pressed forward, side by side with Lysander, their destinies intertwined in a battle that would echo through the ages. They fought not as individuals, but as a collective force, a chorus of voices shouting for freedom, for justice, for hope. As the battle raged on, darkness loomed around the edges, a reminder of the uncertainty that lay ahead. The outcome was still unwritten. And yet, in the hearts of these citizen soldiers, a fierce determination flickered. Each swing of their swords was a declaration that they would not be silenced, that they would not let fear extinguish the flame of democracy. The fight for Athenian resolve was not merely a clash of weapons, it was a testament to their spirit, a fierce reminder that they were not just men of war, but guardians of a dream that ignited the hearts of those who believed in freedom. And with every heartbeat, the story continued to unfold, weaving together the past and the present, as the sun set on a day that would forever change the course of history. The air was thick with tension as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the ancient battlegrounds where the Persian forces gathered. Each soldier felt the weight of history upon their shoulders, a legacy that stretched back to the mighty Achaemenid Empire. But now, in the chaos of war, the once proud command structure seemed to dissolve like mist in the morning sun. Orders flew like arrows but landed in confusion, and the sound of clashing swords was punctuated by the cries of men who had lost their way. In the thick of it stood a commander, his heart racing as he struggled to maintain the fragile thread of control among his troops. They were brave, these warriors. Their loyalty was unmatched. But as chaos erupted, the very bonds of trust began to fray. Each face was a mask of determination, yet behind those eyes lay flickering doubts. The smoke of battle curled around them, mingling with the dust of ages, and each breath seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 decisions made and unmade. The intelligence reports, once precise and clear, now read like riddles. Messages scrambled through the ranks. Misinformation traveled faster than the steed it was written upon. Each commander, isolated and overwhelmed, struggled to grasp the shifting tides of battle. Communication faltered, and the once harmonious symphony of strategy turned into a dissonant cacophony of voices, shouting contradictory commands. The world felt as if it were collapsing, and the warriors could only look to the heavens, seeking guidance that seemed forever out of reach. At the rear, a young officer named Arash held a map that trembled in his hands, the ink blurring beneath the sweat of his palms. He had trained his whole life for this moment, yet the chaos was unlike anything he had ever imagined. "Where are the archers?" he shouted into the din, but his voice was drowned by the roar of the battlefield. It was as if the very fabric of command had unraveled. The stakes were impossibly high, and every second felt like a lifetime, as decisions needed to be made with the precision of a master archer aiming for the heart of the enemy. Nearby, the deafening clash of swords was a grim reminder of the stakes involved. The warriors on the front lines fought valiantly, but the absence of a clear command began to sow seeds of doubt in their hearts. Men who had once charged into battle with fiery resolve now hesitated, their eyes darting back to the chaos behind them, searching for the presence of their leaders. The command structure, once a pillar of strength, now felt brittle, crumbling under the overwhelming pressure of the battlefield. But amid this turmoil, a flicker of hope emerged. In a small outpost, a seasoned general named Darius rose above the fray. He had seen countless battles, felt the adrenaline coursing through his veins, and knew that in chaos lay opportunity. With a voice that cut like a blade through the fog of confusion, he began to rally the troops. "Feel the ground beneath you. We are not lost. We must stand together." His words echoed like a rallying cry, igniting a spark of courage in the hearts of the weary warriors. As Arash listened, those ancient words of wisdom stirred something deep within him. He remembered the stories spoken around campfires, tales of Persian resilience against overwhelming odds. But the doubt still gnawed at him. As Darius continued to speak, Arash's heart raced with a strange mixture of fear and inspiration. Could they truly rise from this chaos? He clung to the hope that their ancestors had instilled in him, even as he grappled with the uncertainty of this moment. The battle surged forward, a tempest of clashing metal and primal screams. Arash found himself weaving through the mass of bodies, driven by an instinct to restore order amidst the chaos. His heart pounded like the war drums, each beat echoing his determination to reach his comrades and share the newfound resolve that Darius had ignited. But just as he reached a small band of soldiers, a thunderous roar erupted as a cavalry unit charged forth, their hooves pounding the earth like a storm. In that moment, clarity struck him like a lightning bolt. He needed to act swiftly. "Form ranks," he shouted, his voice rising above the clamor. "Protect the flanks. We fight as one." The soldiers, still grappling with fear, looked to him, and in their eyes he saw that flicker of hope reignite. They were not alone. They were part of something greater. The chaos around them began to shift as warriors from different units rallied to his side, drawn by the power of unity in a moment of desperation. The cries of battle transformed, and for a fleeting moment they felt that ancient Persian spirit surge through their veins. But just as they began to find their footing, another wave of confusion swept through the ranks. A false message, a rumor of retreat, rippled through the air like wildfire, causing hesitation and doubt to creep back into their hearts. Arash felt the ground shift beneath him, the solidarity he had worked so hard to build on the brink of collapse. He could see the fear in their eyes, the flickering flame of courage threatened by the winds of uncertainty. As the battle raged on, he knew that command and control were not just about orders. They were about the very essence of trust and belief. Could they survive this chaos? Could they, against all odds, rise once more? The fate of the Persian forces hung in the balance, teetering on the edge of chaos, as the soldiers fought not just against their enemies, but against the very shadows of doubt that threatened to overwhelm them. Each decision weighed heavily on their shoulders, and the air crackled with the electric tension of uncertainty. For Arash, the battlefield was no longer just a physical space. It had become a crucible, testing the strength of their resolve. And as the night deepened, the outlines of a new strategy began to emerge. A plan forged in the fires of chaos, where hope danced just at the edge of despair. In that critical moment, the fate of the Persian command hung by a thread, ready to snap or weave into something greater. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the battlefield, where the scent of iron and earth mingled with the cries of the wounded. Each heartbeat echoed the tension of a moment that would ripple through history. The clash of swords and the thud of bodies against the ground formed a grim symphony, punctuated by the desperate shouts of soldiers fighting not just for glory, but for survival. The ground, soaked in blood, bore witness to the unfolding drama, a turning point that would haunt the Persian Empire for years to come. After the fateful encounter, the air was thick with uncertainty. The Persian commanders gathered in hushed circles, their faces taut with concern as they considered the magnitude of their defeat. The clash had not merely been a battle lost, it was a revelation, a shattering of the illusion that their might was unassailable. The once mighty army, imbued with the belief of invincibility, now grappled with the stark reality of vulnerability. They had tasted the bitter fruit of defeat, and it left a lasting mark on their strategy and their psyche. In the aftermath, the Persian strategists found themselves at a crossroads. Should they retreat, lick their wounds and regroup, or should they charge back into the fray, seeking vengeance? The echoes of the fallen rang in their ears, urging them to rise above the ashes of despair. It was not just a question of military tactics, but a deep introspection. Who were they as a people, a culture, an empire? Their very identity felt at stake. As the generals debated, the haunting memories of the battlefield tugged at their resolve. They envisioned the faces of their men, brave souls who had marched into the fray, with hope only to be met with chaos. Each decision made thereafter was weighed against the heartbeats of those who had fought valiantly. Fear mingled with determination, as they sought to craft a strategy that respected the sacrifices already made. In the days that followed, whispers of change swept through the ranks of the Persian military. A new doctrine emerged, one that shifted from sheer brute force to a more calculated approach. They began to embrace intelligence and espionage, investing in scouts who could gather information on enemy movements. The battlefield was no longer just a place of brute strength. It became a chessboard where strategy, cunning, and surprise were vital. Persians, once known for their overwhelming cavalry charges, now began to refine their tactics to include ambushes and guerrilla tactics, adapting to the realities of warfare instead of clinging to outdated methods. Dramatic scenes unfolded as commanders trained their men in the art of deception. Soldiers learned to strike when least expected, blending into the terrain and disappearing into the shadows. The Persian Empire was evolving, reshaping its military doctrine to adapt to the lessons learned from that devastating defeat. Emotions ran high as tales of revenge ignited fires in the hearts of the warriors. Each soldier felt the weight of history on their shoulders, knowing that every skirmish, every ambush could alter the course of their destiny. Families awaited news with bated breath, praying for the return of fathers and sons. The fear of loss hung heavy in the air, while a flicker of hope inspired their loved ones to rally behind the renewed spirit of the Persian army. Each battle now carried a dual weight, the fight against their enemies and the fight against the lingering specter of doubt that had settled in their midst. The Persian strategy reflected not just military maneuvers, but the collective heart of a people determined to rise from the ashes. As the seasons changed, so too did the winds of war. The Persian forces, now emboldened by their new strategy, set out to reclaim their lost pride. Skirmishes erupted across the landscape, each one charged with the promise of redemption. Tensions crackled in the air like distant thunder as ancient rivalries reignited. The once mighty adversaries found themselves caught in a relentless cycle of conflict, clashes that were no longer just for territory, but for the very soul of their nations. The battlefield transformed into a canvas painted with the colors of bravery and desperation. Each soldier bore witness to the emotional weight of their choices. They fought not just for their homeland, but for honor, for their brothers in arms, and for the memory of the lives lost in that pivotal confrontation. The bonds forged in the heat of battle created a brotherhood, a shared understanding that transcended the individual. Each clash of steel felt like a heartbeat, a collective pulse that resonated through the ranks. With every victory, the Persian army reclaimed fragments of their pride, stitching together the torn fabric of their identity. Yet, as they advanced, the specter of their past defeat lingered, a ghost that reminded them of their vulnerabilities. The ghosts of fallen comrades stood sentinel in their minds, a reminder that each victory could come at a terrible price. And so, the strategy that emerged was not just about seizing territory, but preserving the very essence of who they were as a people. Emotions swirled like a storm, driving them forward even as the shadows of doubt loomed large. The commanders, once burdened by the fear of failure, found strength in their new approach, igniting a fervor that surged through the ranks. Now every soldier marched with the understanding that they were part of something greater than themselves, a legacy that would ripple through time. The battlefields were their stage, and the echoes of their struggles would resonate for generations. As the sun set on a new day of conflict, the horizon promised both challenges and triumphs. The impact of that single battle had created a seismic shift, a turning point that propelled the Persian Empire toward an uncertain yet exhilarating future. Each step taken forward was a dance with destiny, a relentless pursuit of honor, pride, and the indomitable human spirit. The next chapter awaited, filled with promise, peril, and the unyielding march of history. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm, golden hue over the battered city of Athens. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and despair, mingling with the earthy smell of blood-soaked ground. As the last echoes of battle faded into a haunting silence, the chilling reality of the moment began to settle over the city like a heavy shroud. The citizens, weary and hollow-eyed, moved through the streets, their hearts heavy with loss and uncertainty. In the aftermath of chaos, the streets, once alive with laughter and the hustle of daily life, now felt like a ghost town. Buildings that had stood proudly for generations bore scars of war, their walls marred by arrows and fire. The Parthenon, a symbol of Athenian glory, now loomed over the landscape, its beauty tarnished. As the sun dipped lower, the shadows of the ruins stretched longer, whispering tales of bravery and sacrifice. Families gathered together, clinging to each other, as they mourned the loved ones who would not return. Mothers held their children tightly, their faces etched with worry, their minds racing with thoughts of what tomorrow would bring. The sound of sobs echoed off the walls, a haunting chorus that filled the air, resonating deep within the hearts of all who heard it. Amidst the mourning, shadows of uncertainty loomed large. Would the citizens rise from this darkness, or would the weight of their losses crush their spirit? The war had taken not just lives, but also hope, leaving behind an emptiness that was palpable. The fires of battle had not only destroyed homes, but also laid bare the divisions that had long simmered beneath the surface of Athenian society. Amidst the rubble, a young soldier limped home, his leg bandaged but his spirit unbroken. He had fought valiantly for his city, but the price had been steep. Friends lost, dreams shattered, and a future uncertain. Each step felt heavier than the last, as memories of battle replayed in his mind like a relentless nightmare. He had seen the faces of his comrades, their eyes wide with fear, and he could almost hear their cries for help echoing in his ears. His heart raced as he approached a familiar street corner, the place where he had spent countless evenings sharing laughter and stories with friends. Now it was eerily silent, the shadows of fallen warriors lingering in the air. The reality of what had happened hit him with a wave of despair. The camaraderie that once existed among his peers had been fractured, replaced by the bitter taste of loss. In the agora, once a bustling marketplace of ideas and trade, whispers of discontent began to rise. Men and women spoke in hushed tones, their brows furrowed with concern. The defeat had not only weakened Athens militarily, but had also shaken the foundation of its democracy. Questions hung in the air like storm clouds. Who was to blame? Had leaders made the wrong choices? The unity that had been the bedrock of Athenian society felt fragile, as if it could shatter at any moment. An elder, once a formidable orator, stood among the gathering crowd, his voice quivering with emotion. He spoke of valor and sacrifice, of the glory that Athens had once known, but his words were met with skepticism. The people were hungry for answers, for someone to take responsibility. The very ideals that had propelled Athens onto the world stage now seemed to crumble in the face of reality. The seeds of doubt were sown, and disillusionment began to take root. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson hue across the ruins, a sense of foreboding filled the air. The council of elders convened, faces drawn and weary. They huddled together, their voices low, weighed down by the heavy burden of leadership. They were tasked with picking up the pieces, but how could they guide a city that felt so broken? Each decision they made could alter the course of Athens' destiny, for better or worse. Yet amidst the despair, flickers of defiance ignited. There were those who believed that Athens could rise again. A few brave souls began to rally the citizens, calling for unity in the face of adversity. They spoke of resilience, of the spirit that had once made Athens great. Hushed conversations turned into impassioned speeches, igniting a spark of hope in the hearts of the weary. Could it be possible? Could they rebuild what had been lost? As the moon rose high in the night sky, casting its silvery glow over the city, the people began to gather in the agora once more. There was a palpable tension in the air, a mix of fear and hope. Would they come together, or would they fracture further? The haunting memories of battle lingered, but so did the desire to reclaim their place in history. A young woman stepped forward, her voice strong and unwavering. She raised her arms, drawing the attention of the crowd. "We are not just the casualties of this battle. We are Athenians." Her words reverberated through the gathering, resonating in the hearts of those who had come to listen. "We have faced darkness before, and we have emerged victorious. Let us not be defined by our losses, but by our determination to rise." Her impassioned pleas struck a chord, igniting a wave of emotion among the crowd. Faces that had been shadowed by despair now glimmered with a flicker of hope. The tension shifted, transforming into a collective yearning to rebuild and restore what had been lost. But beneath the surface, uncertainty still swirled. The obstacles ahead loomed large, and the scars of war would take time to heal. Each individual faced their own inner battles, wrestling with grief and fear. Yet in that moment, they stood united. The city of Athens was at a crossroads, the echoes of war still fresh, but the glimmer of hope was undeniable. The night wore on, filled with a cacophony of voices rising in solidarity. The journey ahead would be tumultuous, but for the first time since the battle, the people of Athens felt a flicker of something they had thought lost forever, belief in a brighter tomorrow. As they clung to hope, the shadows of their fallen comrades loomed large, reminding them that the price of freedom was steep, but the spirit of Athens would endure. The echoes of clashing swords and the cries of valor still linger in the air, whispered by the winds that sweep across the fields where once brave souls fought for their beliefs. It's a haunting melody, one that stirs the heart and primes the mind for tales of glory and sacrifice. The very ground where the battle raged bore witness to heroism, that would be etched in the annals of time, leaving behind a legacy adorned with both triumph and tragedy. Among the many who fought, one figure stood tall, a warrior whose name would become synonymous with bravery. His armor glinted under the sun, a beacon of hope for the frightened and the weary. As he charged into the fray, his heart beat fiercely, not just for victory, but for those who could not fight. Each swing of his sword was a declaration of defiance, a shout into the chaos that he would not allow despair to claim the day. The moments stretched like elastic, each breath suspended in time, as he carved a path through the enemy ranks, inspiring his comrades to push forward. But battles have their shadows, and even heroes carry burdens that the world can't see. Behind the visage of courage, this warrior wrestled with the ghosts of his past, the faces of fallen friends, the screams of lost innocence. These memories haunted him, a bittersweet reminder that victory came at a price. As the dust settled, the battlefield transformed from a place of violence into a canvas of sacrifice, painted with the colors of courage and loss. And what of the myths that grew from the embers of this battle? They sprang forth like wildflowers in a forgotten meadow, each story more grand than the last. Tales of invincibility, of soldiers who could leap higher and strike harder, began to swirl through the taverns and markets. Children gathered around fires, eyes wide with wonder, as storytellers spun yarns of the fearless warrior who could tame the winds and summon the very heavens to aid him. These legends took root in the hearts of the people, nourished by their need for heroes, figures who could stand against the darkness and emerge unscathed. But heroes are not born, they are forged in the flames of adversity and sacrifice. The true story of that warrior was layered and complex, woven with threads of despair and hope. He faced doubt and fear, and yet he rose each time, driven by something deeper than mere glory. This connection to the people transformed him into a symbol, a shining light guiding the lost home. The battle wasn't just a clash of swords, it was a crucible that shaped destinies and transformed lives. With each retelling, the myths grew more vibrant, mingling truth with imagination. As the years passed, the warrior's legacy morphed into something larger than life. He became the embodiment of a nation's spirit, the fierce protector of the weak and the champion of the oppressed. Songs were sung and monuments were erected, a testament to the indomitable human spirit and the simple yet profound truth that legends, like the stars, shine brightest when darkness falls. Yet within the shadows of these glorious tales there lay whispers of the unspoken stories, the voices of those who fought alongside him, the unsung heroes who never received the accolades. They were the ones who carried the wounded from the battlefield, who comforted their brothers in arms as they took their last breaths. Their sacrifices were quietly woven into the fabric of history, a reminder that heroism often rests in the humility of the heart. Imagine a young boy, inspired by the stories of the great warrior, picking up a wooden sword, dreaming of valor and glory. He trains day after day, mimicking the moves of his idol, fueled by visions of greatness. But as he grows, he learns that battles extend beyond the sword. There are struggles that require compassion, wisdom, and strength of character. His path may not lead to the battlefield, yet his life holds its own kind of heroism, marked by kindness and bravery in the face of everyday challenges. As the years turned to decades, the myths surrounding that fateful battle continued to evolve. New generations crafted their own narratives, each retelling adding a fresh layer of emotion and excitement. The warrior's name became sacred, synonymous with the very essence of resilience and courage. Yet there was a yearning among the people to connect with the real story, to uncover the truth behind the legend, a desire for authenticity amid the embellishments. Nestled within the tales were truths that spoke to the very core of humanity, the longing for connection, the struggle for justice, the fight against the odds, stories of love that bloomed in the midst of chaos, of friendships forged in the fires of battle, of sacrifices that would echo through eternity. Each story was a thread, weaving a rich tapestry of life that transcended the battlefield, capturing the essence of a community united in adversity. Amidst this vibrant landscape, the warrior's spirit continued to ignite passions and inspire actions. The echoes of the past called to the living, urging them to rise, to stand for what is right, to honor the sacrifices made. People gathered at memorials, lighting candles and sharing stories, each flicker of flame a tribute to both the glorious and the forgotten. The battle's legacy lived on, a testament that true heroism is not simply found in the grand gestures, but in the everyday acts of courage that often go unnoticed. As twilight descended, casting long shadows over the battlefield, the stories continued to unfold, merging past and present. The line between hero and myth blurred, leaving behind a rich legacy that urged the living to carry on the torch of valor. The battle's whispers beckoned, hinting at new adventures waiting to be written, in lives yet to be lived and tales yet to be told. The echoes of heroism lingered, reminding them that while the battle may have ended, the call for courage and the spirit of sacrifice would forever echo in the hearts of those who dared to dream. The air crackled with excitement as the sun broke over the hills surrounding Marathon, casting long shadows across the dusty paths where warriors once tread. This was no ordinary day, it was a celebration, a symphony of remembrance and honor that echoed through the ages. As the crowd gathered, their hearts beat in rhythm with the story etched into the soil beneath their feet. Each person was a thread in a tapestry rich with history, woven from the valor and sacrifice of those who came before. In the golden light of dawn, the scent of fresh olive oil and baked bread wafted through the air, mingling with the distant sounds of laughter and chatter. Children, with faces painted in the colors of their city-states, darted through the throng, their imaginations fueled by tales of heroes and battles. Men and women, adorned in traditional garb, spoke in hushed tones about the ancient battles fought, the glories won, and the lives forever altered by the clash of swords and the cries for victory. At the center of it all stood a towering statue, a stark reminder of the past. It depicted Pheidippides, the legendary runner whose feet had carried the message of triumph from Marathon to Athens. His eyes, carved from stone, seemed to gleam with determination, a testament to the human spirit's unwavering resolve. The crowd fell silent as they gazed upon the figure, lost in their thoughts of bravery and sacrifice. The air was thick with emotion, a tangible connection to a time when life and death hung in delicate balance. As the day unfolded, a procession wound its way through the streets. The sound of drums echoed like thunder, reverberating through the very bones of the earth. Dancers clad in white twirled and leaped, their movements a celebration of life. A tribute to those who had fought valiantly for freedom. Their feet struck the ground with purpose, and in every flourish there was a whisper of the past, a reminder of the blood that had been shed in the name of liberty. In the midst of this vibrant tapestry, the stories of those who lived and died for their homeland emerged from the echoes of history. The Battle of Marathon, a clash that took place in 490 BCE, was not merely a confrontation of armies. It was a battle for the very soul of a people. The Athenians, outnumbered yet undeterred, faced the might of the Persian Empire with a fierce determination that would be etched into the annals of time. Each footstep taken on that battlefield was a declaration of defiance, a promise that their legacy would be carried forth by the generations to come. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the landscape, the emotional weight of the day hung heavy in the air. Stories were shared around campfires, tales of bravery told with passionate fervor. The battle cries of the past seemed to resonate in the hearts of those gathered, each one feeling the pull of history as if it were a living, breathing entity. It was here, in this moment of connection, that laughter and tears coalesced, reminding everyone present that they were part of a continuum, a living memory of sacrifice and triumph. With the twilight came the lighting of torches, illuminating the faces filled with reverence and gratitude. As flames flickered, illuminating the night, the crowd joined together in song, their voices rising in harmony. Each note carried the weight of history, resonating with the spirits of those who had fought for their freedom. The camaraderie was palpable, a weaving together of hearts that transcended time, as if each soul present could feel the presence of the fallen, urging them to remember, to celebrate, to honor. As the festivities continued, a hush fell over the crowd as the moment of silence approached. It was a time to reflect, to pay homage to those who had laid down their lives for a cause greater than themselves. Eyes closed, hands clasped, they stood united in solemn remembrance. The past and present merged into one, creating an unbreakable bond of honor that transcended the ages. In that stillness, the whispers of history returned, soft but insistent. The stories of valor and sacrifice echoed through the hearts of those gathered, reminding them that the spirit of Marathon was alive, beating fiercely in their chests. Each pulse echoed the truth that freedom is not given, it is earned through courage and determination, a lesson taught by the blood-soaked soil of the battlefield. As night fell, fireworks erupted in a cascade of color, raining down like shooting stars. Gasps filled the air, eyes wide with wonder as the night sky transformed into a canvas of brilliance. In that moment, the hearts of the people soared, connecting them not just to their ancestors but to each other. This celebration was not just a commemoration of the past, it was a declaration of hope for the future, a promise to carry the spirit of Marathon forward into the lives of their children and beyond. Yet, as the revelry continued, an undercurrent of solemnity remained, a reminder that the heroes of Marathon were not just names in a history book, but individuals who had stood for something greater than themselves. Their sacrifices breathed life into the very essence of the celebration, imbuing the festivities with a depth of meaning that could not be ignored. The flames from the torches flickered, as if sharing secrets of their own, urging the living to remember and to honor. As the night grew darker, the sounds of laughter blended with the occasional, poignant refrain of a mournful song, a melody steeped in longing and remembrance. It reverberated through the crowd, drawing them closer together, their hearts entwined in a shared understanding of what it meant to be part of something monumental. The legacy of Marathon was not merely a tale of war, it was a saga of resilience, a story that would continue to be told, celebrated, and commemorated for generations to come. With every cheer, every tear, and every heartfelt song, the heartbeat of Marathon pulsed through the night. It was a living memory, flickering like the flames that danced in the darkness, ensuring that the souls of the past would never be forgotten, that their courage would inspire the living as they marched boldly into tomorrow. The celebration would continue, and the echoes of history would remain vibrant, guiding the spirit of Marathon ever forward, a beacon of perseverance and hope for the future. The sun hung low in the sky, casting its golden light on the battlefield, illuminating the sweat-drenched faces of warriors who stood poised for a fight that would echo through time. The air was thick with anticipation, the tension palpable as men from two worlds prepared to clash. On one side stood the Athenians, their hearts pounding with patriotic fervor. On the other, the formidable Persians, their reputation for conquest looming like a dark cloud. This was Marathon, a name that would be whispered in reverence for centuries to come. Around the world, history was marked by battles that left an indelible mark on mankind, each one a testament to courage, strategy, and often sheer will. Marathon wasn't just another battle, it was a lone beacon in a fog of conflict, a moment that would define the very essence of democracy and freedom. Yet, to understand its significance, one must compare it to other pivotal confrontations, like Thermopylae, Hastings, and Gettysburg, each of which told a story of stakes so high that they could shake the foundations of empires. At Thermopylae, the valiant stand of the 300 Spartans against an overwhelming Persian force carved a narrative of heroism into the annals of history. These warriors knew they faced almost certain death, yet they held their ground for the sake of their homeland. The clash was not just a fight for survival, it was a fight for identity. As swords clashed and shields splintered, the sacrifice of those men fostered a legend that inspired generations. The brave Spartans knew they would not return home, but to them, honor was worth more than life itself. Then came the Battle of Hastings in 1066, where the fate of England hung in the balance. Norman forces, led by William the Conqueror, faced off against King Harold's Saxons. The tension crackled like a thunderstorm, and as arrows rained down like deadly raindrops, the very ground soaked up the blood of the fallen. The moment was not just about territory, it was about the forging of a new era. With each piercing cry, the echoes of destiny reverberated, forever altering the course of a nation. The stakes were high, and the aftermath would see a blending of cultures, languages, and traditions. Gettysburg, a name that evokes a heaviness in the hearts of Americans, stands as a sobering reminder of the Civil War's toll. Here, the Union and Confederacy collided with a ferocity unmatched. The fields became soaked not only with rain, but with the blood and tears of brothers turned foes. It was more than a battle, it was a turning point, a moment when the collective consciousness of a nation awakened. The haunting cries of the wounded and dying echoed in the ears of those who survived, shaping their resolve and commitment to a united future. The loss felt was monumental, but the love for one's country shone brighter than the darkest tragedy. Returning to Marathon, the scene unfolds with a cadence unique to that moment. The Athenian soldiers, confronting an enemy larger and more powerful, felt the weight of history pressing against their backs. They were not simply fighting for land, but for the very idea of democracy, an experiment in governance that was fragile and young. As they charged, their feet pounding against the earth, it was as if the spirits of their ancestors surged within them, urging them forward. Each thrust of the spear and swing of the sword was a heartbeat in a collective struggle for freedom. Yet what set Marathon apart from these other legendary battles was its sheer audacity. The Athenians, outnumbered and underestimated, turned the tide through tenacity and unexpected speed. They did not just stand firm, they charged as one, a tidal wave of humanity crashing into the well-prepared Persian ranks. The very act of their advance was revolutionary. It was a declaration that the spirit of a free people could not be shackled by the weight of tyranny. The Persians, taken aback by the ferocity of the Athenian charge, suddenly found themselves on the defensive, a lesson in the unpredictability of war. The aftermath of Marathon rippled through history, much like the consequences of Hastings and Gettysburg. The Persian defeat was not merely a military loss, it was a blow to their invincibility and a beacon of hope for other nations seeking freedom. The Athenians emerged not just victorious, but emboldened. New chapters of democracy unfurled before them, their courage igniting flames of rebellion across the Greek city-states. In contrast, the aftermath of Gettysburg saw a nation ravaged, yet resolute, a painful step toward healing and reunion. Each battle bore its own unique weight, but there was a thread of humanity that connected them all, a deep yearning for freedom, identity, and honor. The soldiers in each conflict were not just chess pieces moved on a board. They were fathers, brothers, sons, and friends, each with their dreams and fears. The raw emotions that surged through their ranks breathed life into the battles they fought, turning strategy into a saga that would transcend time. As the dust settled on Marathon, the victorious Athenians did not merely celebrate their triumph, they understood the significance of their stand. They were not only fighting against an enemy, they were fighting for a vision that would stand the test of time. Just as the echoes of Thermopylae inspired generations to come, the victory at Marathon lit a fire in the hearts of those who dared to dream of freedom. The whispers of these battles, woven together by threads of sacrifice and valor, would continue to resonate through history, reminding humanity of its capacity for resilience and hope. And so the stories of these battles are not confined to dusty pages of history books. They live and breathe through the generations, a reminder that the fight for freedom is never truly over. With each retelling, with each whispered narrative, the spirits of those brave souls rise again. Their legacies a testament to the human spirit's unyielding quest for justice, dignity, and a world where liberty reigns supreme. The stage is set for the next chapter, where the lessons learned from Marathon and its counterparts will continue to ignite passions and provoke thoughts, a cyclical dance of history waiting to unfold. A lone runner, bathed in the pale light of dawn, felt the weight of history in each step. His heart raced like those ancient warriors who once sprinted across the plains of Marathon, a sacred ground where courage clashed with despair, where hope battled the specter of defeat. This modern athlete, clad in bright fabrics that hugged his frame, was unaware that his path echoed the struggles of a battle that shaped the very essence of democracy and freedom. With every breath, he drew strength from the legacies of those who had come before him. As the sun broke through the horizon, a cacophony of sounds erupted from the surrounding hills. The rustle of leaves, the eager barks of dogs, the distant chatter of early morning commuters. all mingled together in a symphony of life. Yet, under this ordinary morning, a pulse of something extraordinary thrummed. It was the heartbeat of Marathon, where the past whispered lessons that lingered in the air, waiting for someone to listen. The battlefield of Marathon, nearly 2,500 years ago, was a place where the young Athenian soldiers stood against a formidable Persian army. These men were not just fighting for their city, but for an ideal, freedom. The world watched as they faced overwhelming odds, with nothing but courage and a fierce love for their homeland. The very soil they fought on was soaked with their sweat, their hopes, their dreams, and ultimately their blood. They were ordinary men who became extraordinary heroes, igniting a fire that would inspire generations. In a twist of fate, the same spirit that propelled those warriors forward now surged through the modern runner. With each stride, he felt the echoes of the past reverberate in his soul. The runners of today, much like the soldiers of yore, confront their own battles. The challenge is not merely to cross the finish line, but to conquer the fears that threaten to overwhelm them, the doubts that creep in like shadows and the pain that claws at their legs are a reminder of what it means to push beyond oneself. As the runner approached the final stretch, the atmosphere thickened with emotion. The cheers of the crowd were a tidal wave, crashing against the shore of his determination. Each cheer carried the weight of history. The voices of the ancients mingled with those of the present, a chorus of encouragement that transcended time. It was as if the spirits of the fallen soldiers had come to lift him, to propel him forward in the face of exhaustion. And then a vision danced in his mind, a glimpse of Phidippides, the messenger who first ran from Marathon to Athens with news of victory. His heart raced as he imagined the thrill of that moment, how the air must have been electric with hope, how each breath he took felt like a gift as he sprinted the last miles. One man, against the odds, transforming fear into exhilaration, with the mere act of running. He had brought news that would alter the course of history, a single act of courage that resonated through the ages. The runner's heart echoed Phidippides' legacy, a reminder that every step taken today is infused with purpose, an aspiration to be not just a participant in life, but a key player in the unfolding saga of humanity. The ground beneath his feet felt alive, pulsating with the spirit of those who had fought and sacrificed, urging him to dig deeper, to find that reservoir of strength that lay hidden within. And it wasn't just the physical struggle that mirrored history. It was the deeper, emotional battles fought within. The pain, the doubt, the weariness, these were all familiar feelings, echoing the turmoil faced by those men centuries ago. Life, like the race, is often a series of obstacles, with moments where surrender feels easier than fighting through the storm. Yet, the lessons from Marathon whisper the truth. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the determination to keep going despite it. As the finish line drew closer, shadows of past heroes danced at the edges of his vision, their sacrifices now woven into his own journey. Their legacy was not merely about victory over an enemy, but about the endurance of the human spirit, the belief that one person can inspire change, that one act of bravery can lift a nation. The runner could almost hear the collective heartbeat of history thrumming in sync with his own, a reminder that he was part of something greater. The cheers swelled around him, as vibrant as the banners that once flew high above the battlefield. The race was never just about speed, it was about connection, between past and present, between heroism and the everyday choices that shape our lives. The crowd was a sea of faces, each one a testament to resilience, each cheer a reminder that every journey, no matter how solitary, is shared. And as he crossed that finish line, breathless and exhilarated, a wave of emotion crashed over him. In that moment, he wasn't just a runner, he was a vessel of history, carrying forward the lessons of Marathon into the modern age. He understood now that the true victory lies not in the medal around his neck, but in the courage to face life's challenges head-on, to inspire others to do the same, and to carry the flame of freedom and determination into every new dawn. The echoes of Marathon reverberated through his mind, a call to action that transcended time. The crowd erupted into cheers, their voices lifting him, carrying him toward a future where every challenge could be met with the same spirit that once ignited a revolution of the heart and mind. And as he looked ahead, the path was clear. The lessons of the past flowed into the present, and the story was far from over. The journey continued, fueled by the undying flame of hope and the promise of what lay beyond the horizon. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an amber glow over the ancient plains of Marathon, where history had carved its indelible mark into the fabric of time. It was here that a simple act of courage transformed into an enduring symbol of human spirit. Years have passed since Pheidippides, the Athenian herald, sprinted towards the city to announce victory against the Persians, but his footsteps echo through the ages. As he ran, breathlessly covering the 26 miles with sheer determination, he carried not just a message of triumph, but the very essence of what it means to fight for freedom. The air, heavy with anticipation, had been thick with the scent of sweat and resolve. On that fateful day in 490 BCE, the battlefield had been a cacophony of clashing swords and rallying cries, where hope and despair danced like shadows among the warriors. Pheidippides, a mere messenger, became the heartbeat of a nation. His journey, a testament to human endurance, stretched far beyond the physical challenge. It was a remarkable story of sacrifice, courage, and the unyielding desire for autonomy. As he crossed the threshold of Athens, he gasped, "Rejoice, we conquer," before collapsing, a hero whose sacrifice would forever be etched in history. But the tale does not end with his final breath. Instead, it unfurls like a banner in the wind, inspiring generations. The symbolism of Marathon transcends mere athletics. It embodies the spirit of perseverance. In art and literature, the image of the lone runner has sparked the imagination of many, symbolizing not just victory, but the struggle against overwhelming odds. The distance of a marathon, 26.2 miles, has become a universal metaphor for life's challenges. From the moment the gun fires at the starting line, runners around the world carry the weight of Pheidippides' legacy, each step echoing with the promise to overcome. In the centuries that followed, marathon became synonymous with resilience. The Olympics, reborn in 1896, reignited this ancient flame. In the spirit of the Games, athletes came together, united by their shared dreams. The marathon race was introduced as homage to Pheidippides, transforming an act of desperation into a global celebration of strength and tenacity. Spectators lined the streets, cheering on the brave souls who dared to chase the ghost of that legendary runner. The cheers filled the air, a palpable reminder of the communal bond formed through shared struggle. Through wars and peace, the marathon has remained a symbol of hope. In times of turmoil, it has become a poignant reminder that no distance is too great when the heart is set on a goal. The race has seen individuals from all walks of life take their place on the starting line, united by the desire to confront their fears and surpass their limits. With each stride, they embody the undying spirit of marathon, their sweat mingling with the dreams of countless others who have run before them. As the sun rises on race day, the atmosphere is electric, charged with the emotions of thousands gathered to honor a tradition that spans millennia. The runners, dressed in bright colors, stand shoulder to shoulder, hearts pounding in unison, anticipation thick in the air. Among them is a single mother, her children cheering from the sidelines, her eyes reflecting the dreams she chases as she prepares to conquer not just the distance, but the doubts that have haunted her for years. Nearby, an elderly man tightens his laces, each tug echoing with the memories of races long past, his spirit unbroken by the passage of time. Each runner carries their own story, yet all are woven into the fabric of marathon, a tapestry of endurance and triumph. Yet, the marathon is not solely a physical test. It is deeply emotional, a journey that reveals the essence of humanity. For some, it is a tribute to lost loved ones, a chance to honor those who could not run. For others, it represents a fight against personal demons, a means of reclaiming power over their lives. As they push through the pain, the miles fall behind them, but so do their fears and insecurities. Each mile conquered serves as a reminder that they are not alone. They are part of something greater than themselves, a lineage of runners who have felt the rush of adrenaline and the weight of their own histories. As the finish line draws closer, the energy swells. The crowd erupts into a chorus of encouragement, voices rising like waves crashing against the shore. The cheers swell, and the runners find strength in the collective heartbeat of the onlookers. They run not just for themselves, but for those who cannot, for the future, for the very ideals that Pheidippides fought for: freedom, courage, and the unyielding pursuit of dreams. The symbolism of marathon continues to ripple through time, transcending borders and cultures. It is not merely a race, it is a beacon of hope. When the world feels heavy and the hills are steep, the memory of that ancient runner lives on, serving as a reminder that every challenge can be overcome, that every voice matters, and that the spirit of marathon will forever inspire humanity to rise above adversity. In this shared quest for strength, they run not just on the trails, but through history itself, their footsteps intertwined with echoes of ages past. Each stride brings them closer to a legacy that knows no bounds, a legacy that continues to pulse with life and meaning, urging them onward.